welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. I had never paid much attention to the basement. The door was sealed with thick, rusted nails, and I assumed it had been that way for years. But last night, as I passed by, I noticed something strange. The nails were on the floor. The door stood slightly ajar, revealing nothing but blackness beyond. The scent of damp wood and something faintly sweet, almost like rotting fruit, drifted from the gap. My breath caught. I hadn't touched it. My first instinct was to close it, hammer those nails right back in. Instead, I found myself leaning forward, ear nearly touching the weathered wood. A soft sound emerged from the darkness, not quite a whisper, not quite the settling of an old house. Something in between, something with rhythm and intention. I stepped back, heart pounding against my ribs. The logical part of my brain offered reasonable explanations. Air currents, old pipes, maybe even a small animal that had found its way inside. Yet a deeper instinct warned me to walk away. That night, sleep evaded me. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant sound of the night seemed somehow connected to that open door. I told myself I would deal with it in the morning in daylight, when imagination couldn't twist shadows into threats. Dawn brought rational clarity. I approached the basement door with a hammer in hand, ready to seal it permanently. But the nails were gone, not just moved, completely gone. The floor was clean, as if they had never fallen there at all. And the door was closed again, flush against its frame. I ran my fingers along the wood, feeling nothing unusual. No nail holes, no splintered areas where metal had been forcibly removed, just smooth, aged wood. I pressed my palm against it and felt a subtle vibration, like a distant machine operating somewhere deep within the walls. Just the heating system, I murmured to myself, the sound of my voice providing momentary comfort. I decided to document everything. I took photographs of the door, the floor where the nails had been, made notes of the time I discovered changes. If something strange was happening, I would track it, understand it, rationalize it. Knowledge would dispel fear. Days passed normally. I almost convinced myself I had imagined the whole episode's stress manifesting in strange perceptions. Then one evening, returning from work, I noticed a new smell in the house. That same sweet rot scent, stronger now, permeating every room. I followed it to its source, the basement door. This time, it wasn't just ajar, it was wide open. The darkness beyond seemed absolute, consuming light rather than merely lacking it. I used my phone's flashlight, pointing it down into the stairwell. The beam didn't penetrate as it should have, revealing only the first 3 steps before the light seemed to dissipate into the blackness. I took a photo. When I checked it, my screen showed only a blur where the stairwell should have been. "This isn't happening," I said firmly, as if stating it would make it true. I went to the kitchen and returned with a candle. The flame flickered wildly as I approached the doorway, then steadied, burning with unusual brightness. I held it toward the darkness. The light revealed wooden stairs descending, but something was wrong with their construction. They seemed to twist at an impossible angle after the 5th step, as if the architect had abandoned Euclidean geometry. I closed the door again, this time dragging a heavy bookcase in front of it. I called a friend, asking them to come over, needing another person to witness whatever was happening. They agreed to come the next day. That night I woke to a sound directly outside my bedroom, the unmistakable clatter of nails hitting hardwood floors. My entire body tensed, frozen between fight and flight responses. Then came another sound, wood scraping against wood, the bookcase moving. I didn't leave my room until morning arrived. When I did, I found the hallway empty, the bookcase still firmly placed against the basement door. Relief washed over me, then immediately evaporated when I noticed something new. A thin line of black liquid seeping from beneath the door, tracing a path across the floor. I approached cautiously and touched it with my fingertip. It was cold and oddly viscous, neither water nor oil, but something that seemed to cling to my skin. When I tried to wash it off, it remained, a small dark stain on my fingertip that wouldn't budge. My friend called to cancel. Car trouble, they said. I didn't tell them about the seeping door or my stained finger. That evening I noticed the first change in my reflection. My eyes seemed darker, the pupils slightly larger than normal. I leaned closer to the mirror, examining the change when the lights in the bathroom flickered. Just for a moment, in that split second of darkness, I thought I saw my reflection smile. I spent that night in a hotel. When I returned home the next day, determined to either solve the mystery or move out entirely, I found the bookcase returned to its original place. The basement door stood open once again, but something new had appeared, a trail of wet footprints leading from the basement through the hallway into every room of the house and back to the basement again. I followed them with my camera, documenting each one. When I reviewed the images later, the footprints appeared in every photo, but their position changed slightly in each image, as if they were slowly moving while I photographed them. That night I heard humming coming from the basement, a simple melody, repetitive and somehow familiar, though I couldn't place it. I covered my ears with a pillow, but the sound persisted, seeming to vibrate through the walls themselves. In the morning, my stained finger had turned completely black, the discoloration spreading across my hand in thin, vein-like patterns. My reflection in the mirror now definitely smiled when I did not. I packed a bag and headed for the front door, keys in hand. It wouldn't open. Neither would the back door or any window. Each attempt to leave was met with unyielding resistance, as if the house itself had sealed itself around me. The humming grew louder. It wasn't coming from the basement anymore, it surrounded me, coming from every direction at once. With no other options, I approached the basement door again. The black liquid now flowed freely from beneath it, pooling across the floor. The footprints had multiplied, overlapping each other in chaotic patterns. I stood before the open door, staring down into darkness that seemed to stare back. The humming stopped abruptly, replaced by silence so complete it pressed against my eardrums. "What do you want?" I asked the darkness. My voice echoed back, but distorted deeper, as if someone else were speaking my words a fraction of a second after me. I stepped onto the first stair, then the second. Each step caused the wood to vibrate beneath my feet. The sweet rot smell enveloped me completely now, almost suffocating in its intensity. By the fifth stair, the world around me began to shift. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in slow, deliberate movements. The stairs no longer descended, but extended forward into a corridor that shouldn't have existed within the physical dimensions of my house. I continued forward, drawn by something I couldn't name. The darkness parted slightly, revealing shapes, furniture covered in sheets, shelves lined with jars containing dark substances, walls covered in writing I couldn't decipher. In the center of this impossible room stood a mirror, full length and ornate. As I approached, I saw my reflection, but wrong, standing at a slightly different angle than I was, its eyes completely black now, its skin pale with those same vein-like patterns spreading across its face. It smiled. I raised my hand. It raised its hand a moment too late. I stepped back. It stepped forward. The mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water, and my reflection pressed its hands against the glass from the inside. The glass bulged outward, thin cracks spreading across its surface. I turned to run, but the corridor behind me had vanished, replaced by solid wall. The humming returned, now recognizable as my own voice, distorted and played backward. The mirror shattered with a sound like a scream, and my reflection stepped through. We stood facing each other, identical yet fundamentally different. It reached for me with black-veined hands, and I found myself unable to move, paralyzed by something beyond fear. "I've waited so long," it said with my voice. Its fingers touched my cheek, cold and wet like the black liquid. Where it touched, I felt my skin changing, hardening into something else. "The door works both ways," it whispered. I understood then. I wasn't looking at an invader, I was looking at myself, a version that had already ventured too far into whatever lay beyond the basement door, transformed by what it found there. It pressed its forehead against mine, and memories that weren't mine flooded my consciousness, wandering endless corridors, discovering secrets buried beneath layers of reality, being unmade and remade countless times. We merged, neither consuming the other but becoming something new. The basement reconstructed itself around us, stairs returning to their proper angle, walls solidifying into familiar dimensions. I walked back up the stairs, but I wasn't alone inside my skin anymore. The nails lay on the floor again. I picked them up one by one, hammering the door shut, not to keep something in, but to mark the boundary that had already been crossed. My house feels different now, larger somehow, rooms occasionally shifting when I'm not looking directly at them. My reflection sometimes lags behind my movements, contemplating actions I haven't taken yet. The black veins have stopped spreading, but they haven't receded. Sometimes, when the light hits them just right, I can see patterns within the maps to places that shouldn't exist. The basement door remains nailed shut, but sometimes I press my ear against it and hear myself humming on the other side. I wonder which side of the door I'm truly on. Story 2, the picture had been on my wall for years, a black and white photograph of my grandparents' house, taken long before I was born. But this morning, as I walked past it, I froze. A man stood in the front yard now. Tall, distant, his face too blurred to make out, my stomach twisted. The air smelled of aged paper and something faintly metallic. I stepped closer, heart pounding. His head had turned slightly. Now he was facing me. I reached up to touch the photograph, my finger tracing the outline of this impossible figure. The glass was cold, unnaturally so, as though the frame had been stored in a freezer. I jerked my hand back, rubbing my fingertip against my palm to warm it. That night I dreamed of the house in the photograph. I wandered through rooms both familiar and strange, calling out for someone whose name I couldn't remember. When I woke, my throat felt raw, as though I'd been shouting for hours. I avoided looking at the photograph the next day, busying myself with work, with emails, with anything that would keep my eyes from drifting to that wall. But as evening fell and shadows lengthened across my apartment, I found myself standing before it again. The man had moved closer to the house. This was impossible. Photographs don't change, yet the evidence was right in front of me. My hands shook as I lifted the frame from the wall, turning it over to examine the back. Nothing unusual, just the cardboard backing, slightly yellowed with age, and the metal fasteners holding it together. I returned it to the wall, noticing how the hook seemed warmer than the surrounding plaster. That night I took a picture of the photograph with my phone. The image came out strangely distorted, with a smear of white light obscuring the man. I deleted it and tried again. Same result. I tried with my digital camera. The photographs showed nothing but glare where the man should be. I began documenting everything in a notebook, the position of the man each day, the temperature of the glass, the strange dreams that came each night, dreams of walking through that house, always searching, never finding, dreams where I heard footsteps behind me but turned to find empty rooms. 1 week after first noticing the change, I invited my friend Sarah over for dinner. As we sat eating, I mentioned the photograph casually, asking if she noticed anything unusual about it. "That old house picture, it's nice, very vintage," she said, glancing at it between bites. "Was it your grandparents' place?" "Do you see anyone in the yard?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She squinted. "No, just the garden and that old oak tree." "Why?" After she left, I stood before the photograph again. The man was now on the porch, one hand resting on the railing. His face remained blurred, but I could make out the dark shape of his mouth, curved upward in what might have been a smile. I considered removing the photograph, perhaps burning it, but something told me this would be dangerous, that whatever had begun needed to play out. Instead, I continued my documentation, filling page after page with observations. The weather changed outside my windows, but inside my world narrowed to this single rectangle of paper and glass. I called in sick to work. I stopped answering my phone. The refrigerator emptied, but I barely noticed hunger anymore. 2 weeks in, I woke from a dream more vivid than any before. In it, I'd finally entered the last room in the house, a small space under the stairs that I somehow knew contained what I'd been searching for. As I opened the door in my dream, I jolted awake, my body drenched in sweat that smelled of the same metallic scent I'd noticed that first morning. The photograph had changed dramatically overnight. The man stood inside the house now, visible through the front window, one pale hand pressed against the glass. The house itself seemed different, too darker, the angles somehow wrong, as though the structure was being slowly distorted. I spent that day sitting cross-legged on the floor, staring at the photograph. My notebook lay open beside me, but I no longer wrote anything down. What was the point? Documentation wouldn't solve this mystery. Understanding wouldn't save me. Because I did understand something now, something primal and wordless. This photograph wasn't just changing, it was hungry. Night fell, and with it came a soft tapping sound. Tap, 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 like fingernails against glass. I didn't need to look to know what had changed, but I looked anyway. The man stood at the very front of the photograph now, his form taking up nearly a third of the image. The house loomed behind him, windows like empty eyes. His face remained blurred, but his mouth was clearly visible, open now, revealing darkness. My legs carried me closer without conscious command. The tapping grew louder. my hand reached out. The glass was warm now, warm as skin. I pressed my palm against it, mirroring his pose. The surface yielded slightly, like membrane rather than glass. Behind me, somewhere in my apartment, a door creaked open. Footsteps crossed the floor, heavy, deliberate steps that didn't belong to any neighbor or friend. The smell of aged paper and metal filled my nostrils, so strong I could taste it. I didn't turn around. Instead, I stared into the blurred face in the photograph, watching as features began to resolve themselves, eyes forming, nose sharpening, mouth closing into a thin line. The footsteps stopped directly behind me. A hand, cold and dry, settled on my shoulder. And I recognized the face in the photograph now. How could I not? I'd seen it every morning in my bathroom mirror. But this face was older, worn by years I hadn't yet lived, eyes hollowed by witnessing things I had yet to see. "We've been waiting for you," said a voice behind me, my voice, but deeper, seasoned by age and something else I couldn't name. I wanted to run, to scream, to tear the photograph from the wall and destroy it. Instead, I asked, "How long have you been trapped there?" A soft laugh from behind me, not menacing but sad. "I'm not the one who's trapped." My reflection in the photograph smiled, the hand on my shoulder squeezed gently. "The house has many rooms," my voice said from behind me, "and time is just another door." I closed my eyes as the hand guided me to turn around. The apartment air shifted against my skin, carrying new scents, old wood, dust, a faint trace of flowers. When I opened my eyes, I stood in the front hallway of my grandparents' house. Sunlight streamed through windows that hadn't held glass in decades. Dust motes danced in the light. On the wall hung a photograph, a color image of an apartment, my apartment, and in it, barely visible, a figure stood with its back to the camera, facing a black and white photograph on the wall. I've been here for some time now, days, perhaps weeks. The house shifts around me, rooms appearing and disappearing. Sometimes I find notes written in my handwriting that I don't remember writing. Sometimes I hear footsteps when I'm alone. I've begun taking photographs of the house, detailed, methodical documentation of every room, every corner. I don't know why, but it feels important. Necessary. Yesterday I found a camera in one of the upstairs rooms, an old model, the kind that develops pictures instantly. I took a photograph of the front yard, waiting patiently as the image slowly revealed itself. The yard was empty, but when I looked again this morning, something had changed. A figure stood there now, distant, blurred, facing the house. Facing me. I've hung the photograph on my bedroom wall. Each morning, I check it first thing. The figure moves closer each day. I should be frightened. Instead, I feel a strange anticipation. After all, I've learned the truth that few ever discover. We are never just observers of photographs. Sometimes the photographs are observing us. Sometimes we are already inside them, waiting. Story 3, at first I thought it was mice, a soft, rhythmic scratching coming from beneath the mattress. But last night, as I lay awake listening, I realized something. It wasn't random, it was spelling something. The air smelled stale, thick with dust and something sharper, almost metallic. I forced myself to look. I lifted the blankets, heart hammering. There was nothing underneath, but the scratching didn't stop. Night after night, the sound continued. I started recording it, pressing my phone against the floorboards. When I played back the recordings, the scratching transformed into something that resembled whispers, distant, unintelligible words forming patterns just beyond my comprehension. I became obsessed with decoding the message. I transcribed the scratches into patterns on graph paper, covering my walls with sheets of cryptic notations. Circles where scratches intensified, lines connecting sequences, arrows indicating direction changes. My bedroom transformed into a research laboratory dedicated to this mysterious phenomenon. Sleep became a distant memory. Dark circles formed under my eyes as I spent every waking moment straining to listen, to understand. Friends stopped calling. I missed work. Nothing mattered except the message trying to reach me from beneath my bed. The smell changed next. What began as musty and metallic evolved into something sweeter, almost floral, but with an underlying rot that made my stomach turn. I bought air fresheners, burned candles, opened windows, nothing masked it. The scent seemed to cling to my clothes, my hair, my skin. People at the grocery store would wrinkle their noses as I passed, though they were too polite to comment. Then came the cold spots, not the entire room, just specific areas. Standing in front of my bathroom mirror, my right side would be warm while my left felt submerged in ice water. Moving a few inches in any direction would shift the boundary. I mapped these cold zones with tape on the floor and walls. They formed patterns that matched my scratch transcriptions. I began touching the walls during the scratching episodes. At first, nothing seemed unusual. Then I felt a subtle vibration, as if something inside the wall was responding to my touch. The vibration strengthened when I asked questions aloud, 1 tap for yes, 2 for no. We developed a primitive communication system, this entity and I. Are you trapped? 1 tap. Were you human? 2 taps. Do you need something from me? 1 tap, forceful, urgent. I started sleeping on the floor, my ear pressed against the boards, my body aligned with the cold spots. The scratching grew louder this way, more distinct. I stopped recording it. The entity didn't like being recorded the few times I tried. The device would malfunction, the battery draining instantly. My dreams changed. I found myself walking through unfamiliar corridors that somehow felt deeply personal. Everything was backwards, doors opened the wrong way, text appeared reversed, water flowed upward. In each dream I would find a mirror, but my reflection never matched my movements. It watched me with eyes that knew things I didn't. I began writing the dreams down, but the words seemed to rearrange themselves overnight. Sentences I hadn't written appeared in my journal, warnings perhaps, or instructions. My handwriting, but not my memories. The first physical manifestation happened during a rainstorm. Water leaked through my ceiling, but instead of falling straight down, it pooled on the ceiling in defiance of gravity. Droplets formed shapes, letters, symbols, diagrams before reluctantly succumbing to natural law and splashing to the floor. I photographed them. The images showed nothing but normal water stains. I noticed the mirrors in my home no longer reflected accurately. They displayed my room with subtle differences, books arranged differently, furniture slightly moved. My own reflection remained correct, but everything around me was slightly wrong, like a parallel version of my living space. I covered the mirrors with sheets, but found myself peeking underneath, oddly comforted by this alternate reality. The scratching evolved. What began beneath my bed now followed me throughout my home, moving through the walls like an unseen presence tracking my movements. It grew more complex, no longer just letters, but full sentences, paragraphs, manifestos scratched into the structure of my house. I began removing wallpaper, prying up floorboards, drilling into plaster. The landlord would evict me, but I needed to see what was causing the sounds. Each demolished section revealed nothing unusual, just normal building materials. Yet when I pressed my hand against the newly exposed surfaces, they felt warm, almost feverish, pulsing with something akin to life. I noticed my reflection had stopped mimicking me perfectly. There was a delay, now a fraction of a second, where my image would hesitate before following my movements. Sometimes, when viewing my reflection peripherally, I caught it making gestures I hadn't made, a finger raised to lips in a silencing motion, a slight tilt of the head toward the floor, a knowing smile that chilled me to my core. My investigations led me to the basement, a space I rarely visited. The scratching was loudest there, reverberating through the concrete foundation. Using chalk, I marked every spot where the sound intensified. The marks formed a perfect outline of my bed 2 floors above, as if something directly beneath it was trying to carve its way upward. I bought tools, hammers, drills, a concrete saw. The basement floor was thick, industrial-grade concrete, but I was determined. The first cut sent vibrations through the entire house, picture frames rattling, light bulbs flickering. The scratching stopped for the first time in weeks. Silence, heavy, expectant silence, filled every corner. When I penetrated the concrete, I found soil that should have been packed solid, but instead felt loose, recently disturbed. My fingers dug into the cool earth, driven by something beyond curiosity, something colder than fear, stronger than reason. The soil parted easily, as if welcoming me. What I discovered wasn't an object, but an absence, a small, perfect void in the earth. Not a hole, because it had no visible boundaries, no edges to define it. It was simply a place where matter ceased to exist, a hungry nothingness that didn't reflect light. When I brought my face closer, I felt a gentle suction, as if it were inhaling my breath. I pressed my ear against it and heard not scratching, but a perfect duplicate of my own voice, reciting words I'd spoken throughout my life, playing backward from most recent to earliest memories. I sealed the hole with fresh concrete, working frantically through the night. The scratching resumed before the material fully dried, now accompanied by a faint, rhythmic thumping that matched my heartbeat exactly. The next morning I noticed a small stain on my bedroom ceiling. Directly above my bed, a perfect miniature replica of the hole I'd sealed in the basement. As I watched, it grew, spreading outward like spilled ink. I touched it. My finger passed through the ceiling material as if it were merely a projection, an illusion of solidity. That night, lying in bed, the scratching surrounded me completely. The walls, floor, ceiling, all vibrating with messages I could almost understand. The darkness in my room seemed denser directly above me, swirling like liquid shadow. I felt something drip onto my forehead, not water, something thicker, colder. It spread across my skin like curious fingers probing, searching. I tried to wipe it away, but my arms wouldn't move. My body felt leaden, impossibly heavy. More drops fell, covering my face in cold, viscous darkness. It should have suffocated me, but breathing became easier, as if this substance contained more oxygen than air. My lungs drew it in greedily. My vision adjusted, colors inverting, shadows becoming illuminated while light sources darkened. The ceiling appeared transparent now, revealing layers of reality stacked above me, floor after floor of identical rooms, each containing a version of myself looking upward in mirror confusion. I realized I wasn't at the top or bottom of this vertical infinity, but somewhere in the middle, just one iteration in an endless recursion. The scratching clarified into words, finally intelligible. We found a way through. You're next. You've always been next. My body began to sink through the mattress, through the floor, through concrete and soil, falling upward into the void I discovered. As reality distorted around me, I understood the truth. I hadn't discovered the phenomenon, it had discovered me. The scratching hadn't been something trying to get in. It had been something trying to let me out. Now I exist in the in-between, where physics operates on different principles. The scratching continues, but I recognize it as the sound of my own fingernails against the boundaries of reality. I'm trying to warn the next version of myself on the other side. I scratch messages, codes, patterns. I make the walls vibrate. I manipulate temperatures. I whisper into recordings. Sometimes I can glimpse my other self through reflective surfaces. I make gestures, try to communicate. I watch this version of me discovering the same patterns, asking the same questions, approaching the same inevitable conclusion. If you hear scratching beneath your bed tonight, listen carefully. It might be me trying to warn you, or perhaps it's you from another iteration already trying to warn the next. The cycle continues, the boundaries thin, the void hungers. And still I scratch. Story 4, I had lived in this house for years. I knew every inch of it. But today, as I was rearranging furniture, I pushed a bookshelf aside and saw it. A door I had never seen before. The handle was smooth, untouched. The scent of aged wood and something faintly floral filled the air. My fingers hesitated on the knob. I wasn't sure what was worse, the fact that I had never noticed this room before, or the fact that someone had lit a candle inside. The flame cast a soft, amber glow through the narrow gap beneath the door. I stood frozen, watching the light flicker and dance across the hardwood floor. My rational mind offered explanations, a forgotten storage space, an architectural quirk I'd somehow overlooked despite years of living here. Yet none of these explanations accounted for the candle. I placed my palm against the wood. The door felt unnaturally warm, as if the room beyond held a gentle fever. When I pressed my ear against it, I heard what sounded like paper rustling, subtle movements that stopped the moment I held my breath to listen more closely. "Hello," my voice sounded foreign even to myself. No response came from the other side. I turned the handle. The mechanism moved with unexpected smoothness, as if recently oiled. The door swung inward without a creak, revealing a space that defied all logic. The room was perfectly square, with walls covered in faded crimson wallpaper. A writing desk sat in the center, its surface cluttered with papers bearing handwriting I didn't recognize. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with leather-bound volumes whose titles I couldn't quite read despite squinting. The candle I'd spotted sat atop the desk, burning steadily without dripping wax. What disturbed me most wasn't the room's existence, but how lived in it appeared. The chair at the desk was pulled out slightly, as if someone had just stepped away. A fountain pen lay across an open journal, the ink still wet. A half-filled cup of tea released tendrils of steam into the air. I stepped inside, my footsteps absorbed by a thick oriental rug. The temperature shifted noticeably while the rest of my house felt like early autumn. This room carried the warmth of summer. The scent of roses mingled with ink and old books, creating an aroma both comforting and disorienting. "This isn't possible," I whispered, running my fingers along the desk's polished surface. When I touched the journal, the sensation was wrong. The pages felt like skin, warm and yielding beneath my fingertips. I pulled back immediately, wiping my hand against my jeans. The handwriting on the open page seemed to shift when viewed from different angles, transforming from flowing script to jagged marks and back again. I moved to the bookshelves, pulling out a volume at random. The book's cover bore no title, just a symbol that resembled a spiral with small marks radiating outward. When I opened it, the pages were blank except for a single line written in the center. "We've been waiting for you to find us." My heart hammered against my ribs. I replaced the book and selected another. This one contained drawings, intricate sketches of my house from angles I'd never seen, including detailed renderings of me sleeping in my bed. The dates in the corner went back decades, long before I'd purchased the property. A sound behind me, the rustle of fabric against fabric. I spun around but found only empty space. Yet the chair at the desk had moved, now tucked neatly under the writing surface. The teacup was empty, its contents gone without a trace. I backed toward the door, unwilling to turn away from the room. My shoulder blades pressed against empty air where the doorframe should have been. Spinning around, I faced a solid wall covered in the same crimson wallpaper. The door had vanished. Panic rose in my throat as I pressed my palms against the wall, searching for seams or hinges, anything that might indicate where the door had been. The wallpaper felt damp beneath my touch, as if the wall itself were perspiring. A whisper came from behind me, indistinct but unmistakably human. I whirled around once more. The room appeared unchanged, yet something felt different. It took me a moment to realize what had shifted. The room had grown slightly smaller. The walls had moved inward by mere inches, a change subtle enough to question my own perception. I rushed to the desk, rifling through the papers for anything that might explain this place. Most contained writing in languages I couldn't identify, but one sheet held a floor plan of my house. The diagram included this room, marked with an X and labeled the waiting place. Next to it, someone had written, "Once found, never left." The candle flickered, though no breeze stirred the air. I watched as its flame bent horizontally, pointing toward one of the bookshelves like a finger. Following its direction, I noticed a particular book with a red spine that protruded slightly beyond the others. When I pulled it, the shelf swung outward, revealing not an exit but another room beyond. This space was identical to the first, down to the desk and papers, except everything within it was inverted, mirror-like. In the center stood a figure with its back to me, shoulders hunched over the writing desk. My mouth went dry. I tried to speak, but managed only a raspy whisper. "Who are you?" The figure straightened but didn't turn. "I used to ask the same question," it said, the voice disturbingly similar to my own. "I used to think I was the discoverer, the explorer, the one who found the secret room." Slowly it turned. I stared into my own face, not a perfect reflection, but close enough to recognize myself. The differences were subtle, deeper lines around the eyes, grayer hair, a pallor to the skin that suggested years without sunlight. "How long have you been here?" I asked. My doppelganger smiled sadly. "Time moves differently here. It might have been years, it might have been yesterday." It gestured to the papers on the desk. "I've been documenting everything, hoping to understand. Every so often, another arrives, another version of us who finds the door." "I need to leave," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "We all say that at first." It picked up a journal identical to the one I'd touched earlier. "The truth is, you've been in this room all along. The house is the illusion, a comfortable fiction. This room is reality." "That's not possible." It shrugged. "Look behind you." I turned to find not the room I'd entered from, but a window that hadn't been there before. Outside, I saw my living room, the displaced bookshelf, the empty space where I'd found the door. From this vantage point, it looked like a stage set, artificial and flat. The longer you stay, the more you'll understand, my doppelganger continued. This room exists in the spaces between what's real and what isn't. Once you notice it, you can never unnotice it. I pressed my palms against the glass. It felt cold and unyielding. There must be a way out. There is, but not everyone chooses to take it. It pointed to a small door near the floor, barely large enough to crawl through. That leads back, but you won't be the same and the room will follow you. It will appear in other places, behind paintings, beneath staircases, inside closets you thought were shallow. You'll see it everywhere once you know what to look for. The small door creaked open on its own, revealing darkness beyond. At the same moment, the candle flame stretched impossibly tall, casting elongated shadows across both rooms. The air grew thick, difficult to breathe. "What's the alternative?" I asked. My doppelganger gestured around the room. "Stay, learn, record what you discover, prepare for the next arrival." It held out the fountain pen. "Eventually, you become the keeper." The pen hovered between us, a choice made manifest. Beyond the small door, I could see my familiar home, yet it now seemed strange and distant. In here, despite the impossibility of it all, I felt an odd sense of belonging, as if I'd finally found a mystery worth solving. I looked at my other self, studying the weathered face and knowing eyes. How many of us are there? More than I can count. We're all connected by this room, all drawn to the same hidden spaces. It tapped the journal. Each of us documents something different. Together, we're mapping the places that exist between existence. The room contracted again, walls inching closer. The ceiling lowered imperceptibly. The air pressure changed, making my ears pop. "The room is getting impatient," my doppelganger said. "It wants your decision." I glanced at the small door, then back at the pen. My fingertips tingled with anticipation. The rational part of my mind screamed to escape, to crawl through that tiny exit and never look back. But another part I'd perhaps always kept hidden even from myself felt awakened by this impossibility. "What happens if I take the pen?" I asked. "You begin to write the next chapter. You become part of the room's story." I reached forward, feeling the weight of the decision in every movement. My fingers closed around the pen. The metal was warm, vibrating slightly against my skin. My doppelganger smiled, a look of relief washing over its features. Slowly, it began to fade, becoming transparent until I could see the chair through its body. "The room has accepted you," it said, voice growing fainter. "You're the keeper now." As it disappeared completely, I felt a rush of knowledge flood my mind, memories that weren't mine yet somehow belonged to me. I saw myself finding this room in countless variations, under different circumstances, in different states of mind. I saw myself choosing to leave, choosing to stay, choosing to understand. I sat at the desk, opened the journal, and began to write. The words flowed easily, as if I'd always known what to say. Outside the window, my former life continued without me, the empty house waiting for its next occupant. The bookshelf eventually pushed back into place, hiding the door until another version of me would one day find it. The candle burned steadily, never diminishing. The room breathed around me, alive with secrets. And I wrote, knowing that somewhere in another fold of reality, Someone was reading these very words, someone who might one day find their own impossible room waiting behind a bookshelf, inside a closet, or beneath a staircase. Someone who might become the next keeper of the space between spaces. Story 5, it was subtle at first, a flicker in the corner of my eye whenever I passed the mirror. But last night I finally stopped and stared. My reflection was normal. The furniture behind me was normal. But in the far corner of the glass, a shadow stood where nothing should have been. The air smelled of cold stone and something bitter. My fingers trembled as I turned to look. The corner was empty. But when I faced the mirror again, the shadow was closer. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes until they burned. The shadow remained, a dark silhouette with edges too precise to be a smudge or trick of light. I moved left, my reflection followed. I raised my hand, my reflection obeyed. But the shadow stayed fixed, unmoving yet somehow more present with each passing moment. Sleep came fitfully that night. The wind whispered against my window with voices almost familiar. I covered the bathroom mirror with a sheet before bed, securing each corner with tape. By morning, the sheet had fallen, though the tape remained untorn. I found it neatly folded on the counter. My phone became my witness. I recorded myself in front of the mirror, speaking aloud to maintain composure. Day 1 of documentation. The anomaly persists in all reflective surfaces. When I played back the recording, static overwhelmed my voice at random intervals. Between bursts of noise, words I hadn't spoken emerged from my mouth, not alone and behind you. I deleted the video. The shadow grew bolder, no longer confined to corners. It now hovered at the edge of my reflection, a formless thing gaining density. When I stood before the mirror to brush my teeth, I could swear the shadow moved a fraction of a second before I did. The faucet ran ice cold no matter how I adjusted it. My skin crawled with constant awareness. Even without mirrors, I felt watched from angles impossible to monitor. The walls of my home seemed different when touched, vibrating with subtle pulses like a sleeping creature's breath. I started keeping a journal, meticulously documenting each incident. Entry 4, shadow now appears in all reflective surfaces, including phone screen when darkened. Attempted to capture image, but camera shows nothing anomalous. Entry 7, woke to find all mirrors in house facing different directions. Shadow now has distinct shoulders and head shape. Entry 10, shadow raised its hand toward me. I did not raise mine. I sealed most reflective surfaces with black paint, covered windows with thick curtains. When darkness became too oppressive, I used candles instead of electric lights, which had begun to flicker in patterns that resembled Morse code. The shadows they cast stretched in directions contrary to their flame. My neighbor knocked one evening, concerned about my welfare. Behind her, my shadow, not hers, stretched across her doorway, though I stood inside my home. I closed the door, stopped answering knocks altogether. The journal grew with frantic entries, my handwriting deteriorating. I noticed words appearing between my lines, written in my hand, but not by me. Always the same message: let me in. I burned the journal in my sink. The ashes formed patterns too deliberate to be chance. Friends called. I watched their names flash on my phone screen, but couldn't bring myself to answer. What would I say? That my reflection had a companion, that surfaces felt wrong beneath my fingertips, that sounds in my apartment came from nowhere and everywhere. Food lost its taste, water carried a metallic tinge. Sleep became an enemy, drawing me into dreams where I walked through endless hallways of mirrors, each reflecting a version of me that smiled too widely. I tried to document everything with my camera, set it up in each room, recording day and night. The footage showed me moving through my routines, but with subtle wrongness reaching for objects seconds before I decided to, turning toward noises before they occurred. The shadow grew more distinct in each frame, gaining depth. Then came the night it spoke. I stood before the bathroom mirror, the only one I hadn't covered. My eyes were sunken, skin pallid. The shadow now stood directly behind my reflection, though nothing stood behind me in the room. "Who are you?" I whispered. My reflection's mouth didn't move, but the shadows did. No sound emerged, yet I understood perfectly. "I've always been here, waiting for you to notice." My heart pounded against my ribs like something trapped. "What do you want?" "To come through." I reached toward the mirror, my fingers trembling. The glass felt warm, yielding like skin. My reflection mimicked me, but its fingers met the shadow's outstretched hand instead of the glass. I pulled back, my reflection didn't. It stood, hands still touching the shadows, watching me with eyes that no longer blinked when mine did. I screamed, but the sound caught in my throat, emerging as a whisper. The lights flickered wildly, casting dancing shadows across the walls that moved against their sources. I smashed the mirror with my bare hands. Blood and glass rained into the sink. Each fragment reflected not pieces of my face, but complete tiny images of my reflection standing with a shadow, both watching me with identical expressions. I fled the bathroom, ran through the house, gathering every fragment of broken mirror, every reflective object, threw them into a box, buried it deep in the woods behind my home under the pale moonlight. The earth felt too soft, accepting the box like it had been waiting for it. When I returned home, exhausted and wounded, I discovered all the mirrors had returned to their places, pristine and unbroken. And my reflection was gone entirely. Only the shadow remained, mimicking my movements with perfect precision from within every mirror. It wore my clothes, my face, my eyes, but its smile belonged to no human expression I'd ever made. I covered the mirrors again, taped black paper over every reflective surface, avoided puddles, turned my phone screen down. But this morning I noticed something on my hands. My movements left trails in the air, after images lingering seconds too long. My fingers passed through solid objects if I moved too quickly. Food dissolved on my tongue without taste. I caught a glimpse of myself in a spoon's curved surface before throwing it aside. The face looking back wasn't mine anymore. People don't see me when I walk outside. They look through me, around me. But they flinch when passing mirrors, though they don't seem to know why. I understand now. The shadow didn't want to come through. It wanted to push me in. And it succeeded. I write this as a warning, though I don't know if anyone will read it. The words appear in reverse on the page from my side of the glass. I see you there, living my life, sleeping in my bed, wearing my skin. You'll start to notice soon the flicker in the corner of your eye, the wrongness in your reflection, the shadow that doesn't belong to you. Don't look too closely, don't acknowledge it. Because I'm waiting now, and I want to come home. Story 6. The water was still running when I entered the bathroom, steam curling along the walls. I had turned the faucet off before I left, I was sure of it. The air smelled of lavender soap and something else, something damp and musty, like old fabric left in the rain. I reached for the light switch, my pulse pounding. and then from behind the closed shower curtain I heard it, a whisper. "Hello," I called out, my voice smaller than intended. No response came except for the steady rhythm of water hitting the tub floor. I stepped forward, the tile cold beneath my bare feet. Each step brought me closer to the translucent curtain, its surface distorted by condensation and shadow. My hand trembled as I reached for the edge of the plastic sheet. One swift movement and I'd know what waited on the other side. I pulled. The curtain rings screamed against the metal rod, revealing nothing but an empty tub, water circling the drain. I turned the faucet off, watching the last drops fall. The bathroom mirror had fogged completely, obscuring my reflection. As I wiped a small circle clear with my palm, I noticed something odd. The condensation wasn't forming evenly. Small patches remained dry, creating what looked like handprints pressed against the glass from the other side. That night I dreamed of water, of sinking into depths that shouldn't exist in my small bathtub, of voices calling from drain pipes and faucets. I woke to the sound of running water, again. This became a pattern. Every morning, regardless of how carefully I checked before bed, I would find the bathroom faucet running. At first, I blamed my own forgetfulness. Then I suspected a plumbing issue, a faulty valve, perhaps. I called no one. Something told me this wasn't a problem someone else could fix. I began documenting the occurrences in a small notebook. Each morning I would note the time I discovered the water, its temperature, and any other anomalies. My notes grew more detailed as the days passed. Day 4, water cold this morning. Mirror completely clear despite steam. Found damp footprints leading from tub to door. My size, but I hadn't showered. Day 7, water scalding hot. Bathroom window found open, though I never open it due to the draft. Handprint on mirror again, smaller than mine. Day 9, woke to whispering. Recorded on phone, but playback reveals only static with rhythmic pulses. Water running, but sink drain clogged with dark hair. Not mine. I began avoiding the bathroom at night, using the small half bath downstairs instead. But avoidance only seemed to aggravate whatever presence had taken residence in my home. The whispering grew louder, no longer confined to early mornings, but occurring throughout the day. Sometimes it sounded like words just beyond comprehension, other times like water moving through pipes where no pipes existed. My fascination outweighed my fear. I set up a camera facing the bathroom door, hoping to catch whatever might enter during the night. The first footage revealed nothing unusual, just the closed door, the hallway empty. But when I watched it again, I noticed discrepancies. Moments where the video seemed to skip, not from editing, but as if time itself had stuttered. During one of these glitches, the bathroom door appeared slightly ajar when it had been closed in the previous frame. I upgraded my documentation efforts, temperature readings of the bathroom compared to other rooms, audio recordings at different times, water samples from the tap that I never sent for testing because who would understand what I was looking for. The bathroom mirror became my message board, where each morning I would find new condensation patterns, symbols that resembled letters from no alphabet I recognized. Then came the night I woke to find my notebook soaked through, the ink bleeding across pages, my careful observations transformed into dark watercolor landscapes. The pages felt strange, not like paper that had been immersed in water, but like paper that had never been dry. I decided to confront whatever was happening. I filled the bathtub with water, not too hot, not too cold. I added nothing to it, no bubbles, no salts, nothing that could mask or alter what might happen. Then I sat on the bathroom floor, back against the door, notebook and pen in hand, and waited. The water remained still for what felt like hours. My eyes grew heavy, my head nodding forward. The moment my chin touched my chest, the surface of the bathwater rippled, not from the edges inward, as it would if disturbed by a draft or a shifting house, but from the center outward, as if something underneath had moved. I didn't flee, I watched, pen poised over paper as the ripples grew stronger. The water rose slightly, defying physics, climbing perhaps half an inch up the sides of the tub before receding. When it settled again, the surface was perfectly smooth, reflecting the ceiling like glass. And then my reflection appeared in it, but wrong. My face looked back at me from the water, but its expressions didn't match my own. It smiled when I frowned. It blinked when I held my eyes open wide. It mouthed words I couldn't hear. I leaned closer, drawn by a compulsion stronger than fear. The water remained mirror, still as my face hovered inches above it. I could see every detail of my reflection with impossible clarity, the pores of my skin, the individual lashes of my eyes. But behind my reflection, in what should have been the bottom of the tub, I saw a space opening. A room that mirrored my bathroom but wasn't my bathroom. The tiles darker, the fixtures tarnished, the light dimmer. From that inverted bathroom, my reflection reached up toward me. I jerked back, scrambling away from the tub. Water sloshed over the edge, but not from my movement. The liquid surged upward in a single column before collapsing back. The splash soaked through my clothes, the water colder than it should have been, colder than anything from my hot water tank could be. That night I slept downstairs on the couch, doors locked, lights burning. My dreams were invaded by the sound of water dripping, of footsteps on wet tile, of a voice that sounded like mine but wasn't mine, calling my name. Morning came with silence, no running water, no whispers. The house felt empty in a way it hadn't for weeks. I climbed the stairs, my body heavy with exhaustion and dread. The bathroom door stood open, though I had closed it. Inside, everything appeared normal, dry, orderly. The mirror reflected only me, haggard and pale. The bathtub contained nothing but a small puddle of water at the drain. As I approached to wipe it dry, I noticed a thin line circling the tub, a watermark left by something that had filled it completely, far higher than any bath I had ever drawn. I reached to touch the porcelain and felt it vibrate beneath my fingertips. Not the subtle tremor of household plumbing, but something deliberate, like the surface of a speaker. Pressing my ear against the side of the tub, I heard it clearly for the first time, not whispers, but words. My words, my voice, reciting the entries from my observation notebook, describing phenomena I had yet to witness. That afternoon, I removed every mirror from my home. I stuffed towels into the drains of every sink. I sealed the bathtub drain with epoxy. For 3 days, the house remained quiet. On the fourth morning, I found my notebook on the bathroom counter, pages dry and pristine. The entries continued where mine had left off, but these new notes described my movements around the house, my failed attempts at sleep, the moments I'd stared into the spaces where mirrors once hung. The final entry, written in handwriting identical to mine, read, "I'm watching you from every reflective surface, every drop of water, every window pane, every pupil of every eye that looks your way. You invited me in when you first sought to understand rather than escape. Now I will document you as thoroughly as you documented me." That day I noticed how every surface held the potential for reflection. The screen of my phone, the polished wood of the coffee table, the window glass at night, the chrome fixtures I couldn't bring myself to remove. In each, if I looked long enough, I could see movement that didn't correspond to mine, a hand reaching when mine was still, a smile forming when I was not smiling. I no longer make written observations. It seems to strengthen whatever has taken residence here. But I notice things all the same. How water collects in ways water shouldn't. How reflections linger after the objects they reflect have moved on. How sometimes when the house is quiet, I can hear the scratch of pen on paper coming from inside the walls. The whispering behind the bathroom door hasn't stopped. It has simply become so familiar that sometimes I mistake it for my own thoughts. Sometimes I catch myself responding aloud, carrying on conversations with an entity I still don't understand. Sometimes I find myself writing again, not observations about it, but messages to it. And sometimes when I stand before a puddle or a rain-slick window, I press my palm against the surface and feel pressure from the other side, as if something is pressing back. You might wonder why I don't leave this house. I've asked myself the same question. The truth is both simple and terrifying. I'm no longer certain which side of the reflection I'm on. Story 7. I had walked this road 1,000 times. I knew every tree, every bend in the trail. But today, as the rain poured down, I saw at an opening in the trees, a narrow path leading into the forest. The air smelled of wet earth and something faintly sweet, almost like flowers. My stomach twisted as I stepped closer. The path stretched forward, curving out of sight, but when I looked back at the road, my footprints were already gone. I hesitated at the threshold of this new discovery. The rain continued its rhythmic patter against leaves overhead, creating a gentle percussion that seemed to urge me forward. What strange phenomenon had revealed this path? I'd walked through these woods in sunshine, in snow, in twilight, yet never before had I noticed this opening. The first step onto the path felt different. The ground gave slightly beneath my feet, not muddy but somehow responsive. I took a second step, then a third. The sensation of wrongness grew with each motion forward. Not danger, not yet, but a gradual awareness that something fundamental had shifted. I reached into my pocket for my phone, thinking to document this strange discovery. The screen reflected nothing but darkness. Despite being fully charged when I left home, it now displayed only a black mirror that caught fragments of the canopy above. I tucked it away, unsettled. The narrow path widened as I ventured deeper. Rain fell through gaps in the dense foliage, catching what little light filtered down. Droplets hung suspended on spider webs stretched between branches, creating constellations of miniature prisms. Beautiful, yet wrong somehow they remained, perfectly still despite the breeze that rustled everything else. "Hello," I called out, immediately regretting breaking the silence. My voice sounded flat, absorbed by the surrounding vegetation rather than echoing as it should. I strained to hear any response, but the forest offered nothing but the constant murmur of rainfall. The sweet scent grew stronger the deeper I walked, no longer just faintly floral. It now carried notes of overripe fruit, of nectar on the edge of fermentation. I covered my nose with my sleeve, but the smell penetrated the damp fabric. I should turn back, I thought. Whatever curiosity had pulled me forward began to fade beneath growing unease. I pivoted, expecting to see the entrance where I'd come in, the familiar road beyond. Instead, the path stretched backward exactly as it did forward, curving out of sight, unknown and uninviting. My heart rate quickened. I started walking back the way I came, certain that a few minutes would return me to the main trail. The path seemed to extend with each step. The rain intensified, no longer a gentle patter, but a steady drumbeat against the leaves. Something moved in my peripheral vision, a shadow darker than the surrounding shade. When I turned to look directly, nothing was there. This happened again to my right, then behind me. Each time, the movement vanished when confronted directly. I began to run, no longer caring about direction, simply needing to escape the sensation of being observed from all sides. My breathing came in ragged gasps that tasted of that sickly sweet scent. The ground beneath my feet changed texture, softer, almost spongy, gripping at my shoes as if reluctant to let go. I stumbled into a clearing I hadn't seen before. The rain had stopped, though droplets still fell from leaves overhead. At the center stood a single tree, larger than the others, its bark a deep charcoal color that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Around its base grew strange fungi, pale and luminous against the dark soil. Moisture dripped from the tree's branches, but instead of falling straight down, the droplets moved sideways, defying gravity. They collected on the trunk, forming patterns like letters in an alphabet I almost recognized. I stared, transfixed, as the liquid symbols shifted and rearranged. The urge to document this impossibility overwhelmed me. I reached for my phone again, surprised to find it functioning now. The camera app opened at my touch, but as I framed the shot, what appeared on screen wasn't the tree at all, but a reflection of my own face, except my eyes were completely black, like pools of ink. I dropped the phone, backing away. It sank into the forest floor as if the ground were quicksand, disappearing without a trace. The tree seemed to pulse, its trunk expanding and contracting like something breathing. The movement sent ripples through the surrounding air. I pressed my hands against my ears as a high-pitched whine began somewhere at the edge of hearing. Despite this barrier, the sound grew louder, resolving into something almost like words not heard but felt, vibrating through my skull. You found the paths you walked willingly. What do you want? I shouted, my voice sounding muffled and distant to my own ears. We want nothing, you came to us. I just want to go back, I pleaded, backing away from the tree. Back no longer exists for those who walk this path. The fungi around the tree began to glow brighter, their light pulsing in rhythm with the words I felt rather than heard. I noticed more of them now, spreading outward from the central tree, forming a spiral pattern across the clearing floor. In desperation, I turned and ran again, choosing a direction at random. The path reappeared beneath my feet, but different now, wider, more defined, almost inviting. The sweet smell faded, replaced by the clean scent of rain-washed air. Hope surged within me. Perhaps this was the way out after all. The trees thinned ahead, revealing what looked like the main trail. Relief washed over me as I burst through the final barrier of underbrush, finding myself once again on familiar ground. The rain had stopped completely. Weak sunlight filtered through breaking clouds. I bent over, hands on knees, catching my breath. A noise made me look up, another hiker approaching from the direction I'd originally come. Nasty weather earlier, he remarked pleasantly. Glad it cleared up. I nodded, unable to form words, still processing my escape. You okay? He asked, concern crossing his features. You look like you've seen something frightening. I'm fine, I managed, just got a little lost in there. He glanced toward the forest edge. Beautiful woods, but easy to lose your bearings. Well, take care. As he walked past, I noticed something fall from his pocket, a small object that landed silently on the wet ground. I called out, but he continued walking, perhaps not hearing me. I approached the dropped item, a smooth stone, black as night, with faint markings that resembled the liquid symbols I'd seen on the tree. My hand trembled as I picked it up. The stone felt warm despite the cool air, pulsing gently against my palm like a tiny heartbeat. I turned to return it, but the hiker had vanished. The path ahead stretched empty in both directions. Behind me, the forest had changed. Where the strange path had been, only unbroken underbrush remained, dense and impenetrable. No evidence remained of my journey except for the stone in my hand and the lingering sweetness I could still taste at the back of my throat. I placed the stone in my pocket, feeling its warmth spread through my body. The sensation was not entirely unpleasant. As I resumed my walk homeward, I noticed subtle differences in my familiar surroundings. Colors seemed sharper, sounds clearer, shadows deeper. When I encountered other hikers, they gave me a wide berth, some crossing to the opposite side of the trail. One small child pointed at me, mouth open in silent astonishment, before being hurried away by his mother. At home, I examined myself in the bathroom mirror. I looked the same at first, but as I leaned closer, I noticed tiny black veins spreading from my pupils like cracks in glass. My skin, when I touched it, felt different, cooler, smoother, as if something had changed beneath its surface. The stone remained warm in my pocket. When I removed it, the markings had grown more defined, resembling a map of winding paths. That night, I dreamed of rain and twisted trees and paths that led everywhere and nowhere. I woke to find small, pale fungi growing in the corners of my bedroom, glowing faintly in the darkness. I know what's happening. The path didn't just appear in the rain, it appeared for me. And now I carry it with me, spreading with each footstep I take. Sometimes when it rains, I catch glimpses of other paths opening up around me, doorways to places never meant to be found. I wonder how many others have stumbled upon their own paths, how many now carry pieces of those other places within them. I wonder too what happens when we meet. The stone grows warmer at the thought. The fungi have spread throughout my home now. I don't mind their presence. They whisper to me when no one else is around, telling me secrets about the paths between worlds. Soon, I think I'll go walking in the rain again. But this time, I'll be the one leaving paths behind me, invitations for others to follow where I've been. After all, we all become what we discover in the end. Story 8, I didn't put it there. That's what scared me the most. A small wooden box tucked neatly beneath my bed, its lid carved with symbols I didn't recognize. The lock was old, rusted, but still intact. The air smelled of dry wood and something bitter, like burned paper. My fingers hovered over the lid. I didn't own this box. I didn't know how it got here. But somehow, deep in my gut, I knew I had locked it myself. Every surface of the box felt wrong when I finally gathered the courage to touch it. Too smooth in some places, unnaturally rough in others. When I lifted it from under the bed, it weighed more than its size suggested. Something inside shifted with each movement, something solid yet somehow fluid. I placed it on my desk, dust motes dancing in the weak light filtering through my curtains. The carvings seemed to shift under my gaze, ancient symbols rearranging themselves when I looked away. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, a mind playing games with itself. My apartment remained silent except for the distant hum of traffic and the occasional creak of settling wood. Normal sounds that suddenly felt like warnings. I searched every drawer, every cabinet, looking for a key that might fit the rusty lock. No luck. That night, sleep eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, the image of those carved symbols burned behind my eyelids. I could almost understand them, almost grasp their meaning, only to have comprehension slip away like water through fingers. In the morning, I photographed the box from every angle. The pictures came out blurry, no matter how steady I held my phone. The symbols appeared different in each image, as if they had shifted between shots. I deleted them all, unsettled by what I saw. I asked my neighbor if she had noticed anyone entering my apartment. Her eyes narrowed with concern as she shook her head. "Nobody comes by when you're gone," she said. Then she sniffed the air between us and took a step back. "You smell like burned paper," she added, before quickly retreating to her apartment. The smell had followed me. I hadn't noticed until she mentioned it. Back inside, I examined the lock more closely. The keyhole was oddly shaped, not round or square, but something in between. I tried a paperclip, then a butter knife, then a small screwdriver. Nothing worked. The lock remained stubbornly fastened. That night I dreamed of the box opening itself. Inside was another, smaller box, and inside that another. Boxes within boxes, each one containing a fragment of a memory I couldn't quite place. Moments from my life that felt both familiar and foreign. A birthday party where none of the guests had faces. A school I'd never attended. A house I'd never lived in but knew every corner of. I woke up sweating, the bitter smell stronger than ever. The box sat on my nightstand. I hadn't put it there. My hands moved toward it without my permission. I recoiled, fighting against the strange compulsion to touch it again. The room felt colder than usual, the air heavier, pressing down on my skin. I decided to document everything. In a fresh notebook, I detailed when I'd found the box, its appearance, the strange weight of it, the shifting symbols. Writing it down made it real, gave structure to the inexplicable. But when I reviewed my notes, I noticed my handwriting changed subtly from one paragraph to the next, becoming less recognizable as my own. During the day, I forced myself to maintain normal routines. I showered, ate breakfast, answered emails. But the box remained a constant presence in my peripheral vision, drawing my attention back no matter what I focused on. When I returned from getting coffee, it had moved again, now sitting on my kitchen counter. I called a locksmith, desperate for answers. He arrived that afternoon, a heavy-set man with calloused hands and tired eyes. When he saw the box, something flickered across his face. Recognition, fear. He picked it up, turned it over in his hands, then set it down carefully. "Where did you get this?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I found it under my bed," I said. "Can you open it?" He shook his head, backing away. "Some locks aren't meant to be opened," he said, and left without another word, refusing payment. His reaction only intensified my need to know what lay inside. I began researching the symbols, spending nights hunched over my laptop, scanning through obscure forums and academic papers on ancient writing systems. Nothing matched exactly, but certain symbols appeared in multiple cultures, separated by thousands of miles and years. Symbols representing thresholds, transitions, barriers between worlds. As I delved deeper into my research, strange things began happening around my apartment. Lights flickered without pattern. Water ran cold, then scalding hot in the shower. The television turned itself on, displaying only static. My phone would ring, but when I answered, I heard only the sound of my own breathing, slightly out of sync with my actual breath. I started finding notes written in my handwriting, notes I had no memory of writing. They contained fragments of text, nonsensical at first glance. "The key is in the memory. What you locked away remains locked. Opening means remembering." I woke one night to find myself sitting at my desk. a needle in my hand, blood beating on my fingertip. I had pricked myself, letting a single drop fall onto the lock of the box. The blood sizzled when it made contact, a tiny wisp of smoke rising from the metal. The lock clicked open. My heart pounded against my ribs as I stared at the now unlocked box. I could open it. I should open it. Something inside me screamed not to. I grabbed the box and ran to the bathroom, intent on flushing whatever it contained. But when I lifted the lid just a crack, a familiar scent wafted out. Not the bitter burned paper smell, but something sweet and nostalgic. The smell of fresh grass after rain, of childhood summers, of home. Inside lay a small key attached to a faded photograph. The photo showed a younger version of myself standing before a house I didn't recognize, yet somehow knew intimately. My fingers trembled as I turned over the photo. On the back, in my own handwriting, "Remember what you did." The key felt warm in my palm, almost alive. It matched no lock in my apartment, yet I knew exactly where it belonged. I walked to my closet, pushed aside hanging clothes, and placed my hand against the back wall. A seam appeared beneath my fingers, the outline of a door I'd never noticed before. The key slid into the invisible lock with perfect precision. The wall swung inward, revealing not the expected barrier of bricks and insulation, but a long corridor stretching into darkness. The air flowing from this impossible passage carried that same sweet scent, stronger now, mixed with the mustiness of long-abandoned spaces. I stepped through the doorway, drawn forward by a compulsion stronger than fear. The corridor extended far beyond the physical constraints of my building, its walls lined with framed photographs. Each one showed me at different ages, in places I'd never been with people I'd never met. Yet in each image I looked happy, content, at home. The corridor ended at another door, this one made of the same wood as the box. The symbols carved into its surface matched those on the box exactly. I didn't need a key for this one. It swung open at my touch. Beyond lay a perfect replica of my apartment, but wrong in 1,000 subtle ways. The furniture arranged differently, the colors slightly off, and sitting on the couch looking at me with my own face was another version of myself. "You finally remembered," my other self said, voice identical to mine. Remembered what? I asked, though deep down I already knew. That you're not the original, you're the copy I made, the version of me without the memories I couldn't bear to carry. Cold reality washed over me. The box contained what I had locked away, not physically but mentally. Memories too painful to bear, a past I had somehow managed to separate from myself. "It's time to become whole again," my other self said, standing up and walking toward me. "Time to remember everything." As our hands touched, the barriers between us collapsed. Memories flooded in, overwhelming in their intensity. The accident, the guilt, the desperate search for escape. The ritual that had split me in two, creating a version that could live unburdened by the truth. We merged back into one being, the apartment around us shifting, settling into its true form. I fell to my knees, the weight of my complete self almost too much to bear. When I finally stood, the box sat at my feet, closed once more. The lock gleamed new and untarnished. I knew I should destroy it, prevent myself from ever attempting this division again. Instead, I picked it up, feeling its familiar weight. Already I could feel myself calculating, planning, working out how to separate these terrible memories once more, how to lock away the truth again, how to create another copy who could live in blissful ignorance. The box seemed to pulse in my hands, eager to be used again. And deep down, I knew that no matter how many times I locked away parts of myself, they would always find their way back. The cycle would continue, endless and inescapable. I placed the box back under my bed, knowing that someday I would find it there again, not remembering having put it there myself. Story 9, I had never seen him before. A man standing outside my house, staring through the window with a small, polite smile. My stomach knotted. The scent of damp pavement and something metallic filled the air as I stepped closer. He didn't move, didn't blink, just raised a hand and waved. My breath caught. His lips moved, forming a silent word, my name. I backed away from the window, heart hammering against my ribs. The logical part of my brain tried to formulate explanations. Perhaps he was a delivery person, someone from the neighborhood association, or a new resident looking for directions. But none of those scenarios explained how he knew my name without speaking it aloud. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet as I retreated deeper into my living room, keeping my eyes fixed on the stranger. He remained perfectly still, that unnerving smile never wavering. I reached for my phone, fingers trembling as I navigated to the camera app. When I looked back up to take a photo, he was gone. A rush of cold relief flooded through me, followed immediately by doubt. I hurried to the window, pressing my palms against the cool glass as I scanned the empty street. No sign of him in any direction. The wind rustled through autumn leaves, sending them spiraling across my front yard. Nothing else moved. That night I checked every lock twice, drew all the curtains, and still couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by the same dream, the stranger standing at the foot of my bed, mouth moving in silent words I couldn't understand. I woke to the sound of my shower running. The bathroom door stood slightly ajar, a thin veil of steam escaping through the gap. I hadn't turned it on. I lived alone. The scent of my shampoo mingled with something unfamiliar, that same metallic tang I'd smelled yesterday. "Hello," my voice sounded small, even to my own ears. No response except the steady drum of water against tile. I grabbed the heaviest object within reach, a crystal paperweight, and pushed the bathroom door open with my foot. Steam billowed out, momentarily blinding me. When it cleared, I found an empty bathroom, the shower still running, the water clear and hot. No evidence anyone had been there, except for a single, perfect handprint on the fogged mirror. I approached it slowly, comparing it with my own hand. The print was larger, with long, slender fingers. As I stared, the steam began to dissipate, and the handprint faded with it. I reached out to touch the glass, but stopped when I noticed something written in the remaining condensation. "I've been watching you for years." The words disappeared before my eyes, absorbed into the clearing mirror. My reflection stared back, pale and wide-eyed. I called in sick to work, spent the morning checking windows, doors, vents, any possible entry point. Everything was secure. I set up my laptop to record the front door while I made coffee with shaking hands. The recording showed nothing unusual, just my empty porch. Yet when I glanced outside, a small package sat on the welcome mat. No delivery notification on my phone. No vehicle had approached. I opened the door just enough to grab the package, wrapped in brown paper with no postage or address. Inside was an old, leather-bound journal. Its pages contained handwritten entries, dated sporadically across decades. The handwriting matched mine perfectly, down to the way I crossed my T's and dotted my I's. but I had never seen this journal before. I flipped through, finding detailed accounts of events in my life. Some I recognized, others I didn't. Descriptions of dreams I'd forgotten having, personal thoughts I'd never shared, and interspersed throughout, sketches of a figure watching from windows, doorways, across streets. The stranger. The final entry described me finding the journal on my porch. I dropped it as if burned, backing away until I hit the wall. A high-pitched ringing filled my ears as I slid down to the floor. The journal lay open, pages ruffling slightly, though no window was open. No draft disturbed the still air of my home. I needed evidence, documentation, something concrete to prove I wasn't losing my mind. Setting up cameras in every room took most of the afternoon. I positioned them carefully, ensuring no blind spots remained. That night I sat cross-legged on my bed, laptop open, cycling through camera feeds. Nothing unusual. The steady green night vision glow showed empty rooms, undisturbed furniture. Until feed 3, the kitchen flickered briefly to static. When the image returned, a note lay on the counter. I switched to feed 1, the hallway outside the kitchen. Empty. Feed 2, living room adjacent to kitchen. Also empty. I looked back at feed 3. The note remained. My body felt heavy as I forced myself from bed. Each step down the hallway seemed to take minutes. The floorboards whispered beneath my weight. The kitchen doorway loomed ahead, a black rectangle in the darkness. The note was there exactly as shown on camera, written in my handwriting. "Don't you recognize me yet?" I crumpled it, threw it away, then reconsidered and smoothed it out as evidence. Back in my bedroom, I reviewed the footage. The kitchen feed showed static for exactly 3 seconds after the note appeared. The other cameras recorded nothing unusual during those 3 seconds. No movement, no intruder. Sleep was impossible. I sat rigid against the headboard, eyes burning from staring at the laptop screen for hours. Every camera feed remained unchanged. The house was silent except for the occasional settling noise, the refrigerator humming to life, the heating system clicking on. A notification chimed on my phone. New text message from an unknown number. "Look at your bedroom doorway." My eyes darted up. The doorway was empty. The camera feed confirmed this. Still, I couldn't shake the sensation of being observed. Another text, "I'm standing right in front of you." The room temperature plummeted. My breath clouded in front of my face. The camera feed showed nothing unusual, but a weight pressed down on the foot of my bed. The blanket indented as if someone sat there. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could only watch as my laptop closed itself, the screen descending slowly until it clicked shut. In the darkness, I heard breathing that wasn't mine. Morning came after an eternity. I hadn't moved from my rigid position against the headboard, hadn't closed my eyes for more than a blink. The room had returned to normal temperature. My laptop sat closed where I'd left it. A new journal entry waited in the leather book, though I hadn't written in it. "You almost saw me last night. You're getting closer." Underneath was a sketch of me sitting terrified in bed, rendered with painful accuracy from a perspective at the foot of the mattress. I grabbed the journal, my keys, and nothing else. Drove until the gas light came on. Found a motel far from home and paid cash. No ID required. The room smelled of industrial cleaner and cigarettes despite the no smoking sign. I placed the journal on the small desk and opened my laptop. The camera feeds from my house showed empty rooms, everything normal, nothing disturbed. A knock at my motel room door made me jump. Housekeeping called a muffled voice. "No, thank you," I answered, not moving from my chair. "Sir, we found something of yours in the lobby." I hadn't been in the lobby long enough to leave anything. "What is it?" "A journal, sir, leather-bound." My eyes darted to the desk where the journal still sat. "That's impossible. My journal is right here." Silence from the other side of the door. Then, "Are you sure about that?" The journal on the desk began to smoke, then blacken, then crumble to ash before my eyes. No heat, no flame, just disintegration. Another knock, more insistent. "Sir, please open the door." I pressed my eye to the peephole. The fisheye lens showed an empty hallway, no housekeeper, no one at all. Yet the knocking continued. I backed away from the door, bumping into something solid behind me, something that shouldn't have been there. A hand came to rest on my shoulder, warm and heavy. The scent of metal filled my nostrils. "Don't you recognize me yet?" whispered a voice identical to mine. I spun around to find myself staring at myself, my own face, my own body, my own clothes, a perfect mirror image except for the eyes, all wrong, too dark, too knowing. "Who are you?" I managed to ask. "I'm you," my doppelganger replied, "the real you, the one who's been watching all along." "That's not possible." "No," he tilted his head, my head. "Then how do I know everything about you? Your dreams, your thoughts, the words you whisper when you think no one can hear." He reached out, fingers stopping just short of my face. "You created me. Every fear, every doubt, every self-loathing thought, given form, given purpose. What do you want?" My reflection smiled, my smile but wrong somehow, "to come home." He stepped forward into me, through me. Cold washed over my skin, under it into my bones. For one moment I felt doubled, overlapped, my consciousness stretching to accommodate another. Then singular again. I blinked, looking around the empty motel room. Everything appeared normal. The journal was gone. No ash remained on the desk. My phone buzzed with notifications, missed calls from work, concerned messages from friends I'd ignored. The world continued, unaware of my private horror. I drove home, movements mechanical. The house looked exactly as I'd left it, cameras still in place, no sign of disturbance. In the bathroom mirror, I examined my reflection carefully. My face, my eyes, everything normal. Except when I turned away, my reflection remained, watching me leave. I live with it now, my silent companion, my watcher. Sometimes I see him from the corner of my eye, standing just where I stood moments before. Sometimes I wake to find him sitting at the foot of my bed, studying me with my own eyes. He never speaks anymore, never interferes, just observes, waits. I've started a new journal, recording everything, searching for answers, for a way to undo what's been done. But deep down, I know the truth. He was always there, beneath my skin, behind my eyes. The stranger who knows my name isn't a stranger at all. He's me, the real me, and someday he'll want more than just to watch. Story 10. In a forgotten workshop, amidst relics of bygone craftsmanship, a broken clock lay still, its intricate gears exposed to the world, frozen in a moment lost to time. As I observed the erratic dance of its wayward hands, the air around me held a tangible weight, thick with the scent of old oil and rust, whispering of stories untold and memories trapped within each tick. The workshop beckoned to me on a crisp autumn night, its weathered door creaking open just enough to invite me into its hidden recesses. Moonbeams filtered through dusty windows, casting elongated shadows over workbenches polished smooth by generations of skilled hands. With each step on the worn wooden floor, a hint of aged pine mingled with the essence of forgotten artistry. Timepieces of all kinds adorned the wall's grandfather clocks, standing tall like ancient guardians, their pendulums motionless, and pocket watches nestled in velvet-lined drawers, their once golden cases dulled by the passage of time. Yet it was the broken mantel clock that captured my attention, a delicate brass face, its cracked crystal resembling a spider's web, drawing me closer with its silent allure. Settling into a weathered craftsman's chair, I noticed a peculiar anomaly about the fractured timepiece. Despite its disconnected state, the second hand occasionally twitched, briefly reversing its movement before resuming its stillness. In the dim light, I questioned if my eyes deceived me, synchronized with the subtle cadence of my own breath as I leaned in to examine the intricate mechanism within. The tarnished brass gears gleamed faintly, adorned with unfamiliar symbols, evoking a sense of mystery in my soul. A gentle breeze swept through the workshop, carrying the distant melody of wind chimes that morphed into the delicate chime of unseen clock bells. An electrifying tension filled the air, causing the hairs on my arms to stand on end, as if the workshop itself held a secret pulse. Tentatively reaching out to touch the clock's face, the metal greeted me with unexpected warmth, spreading a peculiar awareness through my being. Foreign memories began to surface, intertwining with my own. Visions of the workshop's former glory materialized before me, sunlight streaming through clean windows, the harmonious symphony of countless ticking clocks, and an aged craftsman meticulously crafting the very timepiece before me. The enigmatic symbols on the gears shifted and blurred, forming patterns that hinted at unfathomable truths, beckoning me to grasp the elusive nature of time itself. Reality wavered as the workshop's solidity seemed to wane, shadows elongating and contracting in defiance of logic, spectral figures moving in and out of my peripheral vision, existing in a realm parallel to my own. My fingertips remained affixed to the clock's face, drawn not by fear but by a profound curiosity, as the warmth enveloped me entirely, imparting a silent wisdom that transcended verbal expression. This broken timepiece was no mere object. It was a portal to the essence of time, crafted by hands privy to mysteries beyond human comprehension. As night deepened, a soft, ethereal ticking resonated from the clock, despite its inert mechanisms, pulsating like the heartbeat of the workshop itself. With each tick, the ghostly figures gained substance, their movements growing more defined, until I recognized the craftsman's spectral form gazing back at me across the chasm of years. The air became charged with the scent of metal and electricity, the atmosphere oscillating between warmth and coolness in gentle undulations. The ticking faded into a distant echo, and I realized that time itself had become fluid, its boundaries blurred as moments expanded and contracted like elastic threads, merging past, present, and future into a fragile continuum. When I finally withdrew my hand, the workshop returned to its abandoned state, yet a fundamental shift had occurred. The broken clock sat innocuously, its hands at rest, yet I sensed a pulsing vitality within a heart of brass and time yearning for another soul to unravel its mysteries. I frequent the workshop now, though its exact location eludes description, drawn to the craftsman's chair where I watch the fractured timepiece bask in the play of light and shadow. Sometimes, in the stillness of the perfect moment, I reach out to touch its face, allowing myself to drift into the space between heartbeats, where all possibilities converge and time unfolds in infinite beauty. I never attempted to mend the shattered clock, for some things I've discovered are more profound in their brokenness, open to the magic that seeps through their flaws into our world. And in the hush of midnight, when the workshop is bathed in silvery moonlight and memories, I swear I hear the faint ticking, counting out the rhythm of moments that never were and always shall be. Story 11. On a misty night along the coast, I ventured to an abandoned pier that stretched out into the dark, restless waters. Etched into a weathered beam were intricate symbols softly aglow under the pale moonlight. The sea's salty breath carried a whisper of enigma, and as my fingers traced the marks, I sensed a connection to a long-buried secret beneath the shifting tides. The rhythmic lapping of waves against worn pillars wove a hypnotic spell, drawing me into a tranquil contemplation. Standing there, the aged wood beneath my feet seemed to murmur with each step, echoing the footsteps of bygone years. The air hung heavy with the scent of salt and damp timber, mingled with something ancient, evoking memories of forgotten tomes and hidden chambers. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that pier, captivated by an inexplicable allure. With each visit, the mysterious symbols unveiled new intricacies, curves dancing in the moon's glow, lines weaving different patterns with the ebb and flow of the tide. The gentle creak of the planks became a familiar companion, a dialogue between the sea and the structure that dared to reach into its depths. It was on my fifth visit that I noticed a peculiar warmth enveloping the marked beam, a contrast to the cool maritime air. Pressing my palm against it, I felt a gentle pulse, synchronizing with the rhythm of my own heartbeat, akin to cradling a cup of perpetually warm tea. Enveloped by the thickening fog as I studied the symbols, it cocooned me in a hushed sanctuary where sounds faded into the distance, creating a timeless realm. Amidst the mist's embrace, whispers of a gentle hum seemed to rise from the depths below the pier, harmonizing with the ocean's cadence. One tranquil night, seated beside the marked beam, I beheld the water's surface, unusually serene, resembling polished obsidian reflecting the moon's glow with flawless clarity. Yet beneath that mirror-like sheen, shadows glided with deliberate grace, their forms elusive and enigmatic. The symbols began to weave themselves into my dreams, transforming into maps of uncharted lands or pulsing beneath my touch like living script. Keeping a journal, I sketched the symbols as they appeared each night, noting their subtle shifts with the moon's phases. Weeks passed, revealing that other visitors to the pier remained oblivious to the markings, their gazes skimming over the beam as if it were mere weathered wood. Attempts to draw attention to the symbols were met with polite indifference, their focus slipping away like water sliding off glass. The turning point arrived with the new moon. In the absence of lunar light, the symbols emitted a soft phosphorescence, casting a gentle, undulating blue-green glow akin to subaqueous currents. The warmth pulsating from the wood intensified, while the humming beneath the pier grew clearer, its melodic notes resembling ancient words lost to time. Curiously, small objects began appearing near the marked beam, smooth stones etched with spiral motifs, shimmering shell fragments emanating an inner glow, strands of silvery seaweed drying into intricate filigree patterns. Each item felt like a cryptic message, their significance veiled in mystery. Now, as I pen these words, I realize I've become intertwined with the enigma that resides here. The symbols have transcended the pier, manifesting in the condensation on my bathroom mirror, the rain's patterns on my windows, the swirls of cream in my morning coffee. They no longer appear as mere symbols awaiting deciphering, but as a dialogue slowly unraveling before me. The pier has evolved beyond a mere structure reaching into the sea. It stands as a threshold, a boundary between the familiar and the unknown. The gentle mystery of the symbols continues to unfurl, withholding its complete revelation yet offering tantalizing glimpses to keep me returning, night after night, to that ethereal realm where the ordinary meets the profound, the ancient, the infinitely patient wisdom beyond human grasp. I've come to cherish the notion that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, but experienced. The markings on the pier have taught me to find solace in ambiguity, to embrace the gentle allure of the unknown. As I sit here now, watching the mist enfold the world and feeling the familiar pulse beneath my touch, I comprehend that my role is not to decipher this mystery, but to become a part of its ongoing narrative, adding my own chapter to the timeless tale woven in this liminal space between earth and sea. Story 12. On a midnight journey back home, the nearly deserted subway car felt unusually heavy. In the dimly lit corner, a lone figure sat in silence, their gaze fixed on me as the train rumbled through the shadowy tunnels. The air hung heavy with a mingled sense of sweat and stagnant air, and a disconcerting feeling of being observed settled over me. The gentle sway of the car and the rhythmic clatter of wheels on tracks wove a hypnotic melody that would typically lull me into slumber. But this night was different. My focus kept returning to the stranger, whose presence seemed to warp the very essence of reality around them. The flickering fluorescent lights overhead sporadically cast eerie shadows that danced across the weathered metal walls. I observed a peculiarity about my mysterious companion. Their silhouette appeared slightly distorted, as if seen through a rain-splattered window. With each blink or shift of my gaze, their contours momentarily sharpened before softening once more. The subtlety of this effect might have been attributed to my tired eyes if not for what unfolded next. The stranger extended their hand in what seemed like a greeting, leaving trailing echoes in the air, akin to the luminous trails left by sparklers in the night sky. Each gesture created ripples in the space surrounding them, warping the advertisements on the walls behind. The temperature in the car seemed to plummet, and a chill crept over my skin, raising goosebumps on my arms. Time itself began to feel elastic, expanding and contracting with every breath. The intervals between stations lengthened, the darkness beyond the windows grew denser and more profound. The usual ambient sounds of the subway, the rush of air, the mechanical creaks, the distant echoes all faded into a soft, velvety silence, leaving only the steady throb of wheels on tracks. I found myself scrutinizing their attire, a blend of modern and antiquated styles. A coat that could have been worn yesterday or a century ago, shoes that seemed to shift between fashions when not directly under my gaze. Despite the overhead light, their face remained shrouded in darkness, as if shadow itself gravitated towards them. The stranger began to hum, a melody too faint for my ears to catch, yet I felt it resonating within my chest, a haunting tune evoking childhood lullabies and forgotten reveries. My lids grew heavy, but I resisted the pull of sleep, torn between comfort and disquiet. Subtle alterations began to manifest in the subway car. Advertisements displayed different images when glimpsed from the corner of my eye. The metal poles appeared to bend at impossible angles before snapping back to normal upon direct observation. The windows reflected scenes that defied reality: lush gardens, grand libraries, distant constellations. The stranger rose gracefully, moving as fluidly as water in weightlessness. Advancing towards me, I noted their feet barely touching the floor. A shimmering opalescent aura enveloped them, akin to heat waves rising from sun-baked pavement. Their presence exuded an aura of immense age and boundless patience. Seating themselves across from me, I briefly glimpsed their countenance, kind and ancient, familiar yet impossible to fully grasp. Without moving their lips, they spoke in a voice like wind through autumn leaves. "You possess keen perception," they conveyed, though their mouth remained still. "It is rare to encounter one awake at this hour in reality's realm." Desiring to respond, to voice the myriad questions swirling in my mind, I found myself enveloped in profound tranquility. The train's gentle sway transformed into a cradle, and the darkness beyond the windows morphed into a tender embrace. The stranger's presence no longer felt menacing, but akin to reuniting with an old acquaintance whose name lingered just beyond memory's reach. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself alone in the subway car. The fluorescent lights buzzed with their customary harshness, and the advertisements displayed their usual array of products and services. The air had reverted to its usual temperature, and the familiar sounds of the subway resumed their melodic chorus. Yet something had shifted. A subtle iridescence clung to my attire in the window's reflection, akin to dewdrops on a spider's web. And within my pocket I discovered a ticket stub I had no recollection of obtaining, inscribed with characters from an unfamiliar alphabet that I inexplicably comprehended. Henceforth, on late-night subway rides, I keenly observe my fellow passengers. Occasionally, in the right light, I catch glimpses of blurred outlines and lingering echoes. And every so often, a distant hum resonates not in my ears, but within my very core, a reminder that reality is far more malleable than we perceive, especially within those twilight spaces between here and there, between waking and dreaming. Story 13. Deep in the heart of the woods on a moonlit night, I chanced upon an ancient campsite nearly devoured by nature's grasp. The towering pines swayed in a gentle dance, their needles murmuring like soft confidants sharing tales lost to time. The air, crisp and laden with the fragrance of cedar and damp soil, whispered of hidden enigmas veiled beneath the eons. With each step I took towards the clearing, my footfalls hushed by layers of fallen pine needles, I beheld the remnants of a bygone gathering spot. Weathered logs encircled an old fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms emitting a faint, ethereal glow under the moon's watchful gaze. Their pallid luminescence pulsed ever so gently, akin to a quiet breath in the nocturnal serenity. At the clearing's edge stood the skeletal remains of a weathered cabin, its wooden facade silvered by the passage of countless seasons. Moonbeams filtered through gaps in the roof, casting intricate patterns upon the floor that seemed to shift and waver in my peripheral vision. The slightly ajar door swayed imperceptibly in the night breeze, emitting a soft, rhythmic creak that harmonized with the pine tree's whispers. Within, time had etched its own narrative. Dust motes pirouetted within the moon's caress, while the wooden floorboards groaned beneath my cautious tread, as if imparting ancient recollections. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, its chimney soaring skyward like a silent sentinel. Within its cold hearth, dry leaves had amassed, forming cryptic patterns reminiscent of an unknown script. Upon a small table near the window, I discovered an aged journal, its pages warped by moisture yet miraculously intact. The supple leather cover exuded a warmth that defied the cool night air. As I gingerly unfurled its pages, the spine emitted a soft crackle, unveiling elegant script that recounted tales of mysterious lights amid the trees and melodies carried on elusive breezes that slipped from memory's grasp. Nightly, the journal's author chronicled, the pines would commence their murmured dialogues as twilight descended, divulging tales of transient wanderers, forest metamorphoses, and entities that flitted within the crevices of shadows. The writer detailed how the mushrooms within the fire pit would radiate a more intense glow on certain evenings, their luminance pulsing in synchrony with distant melodic echoes that lingered on the fringes of audibility. As I delved into the journal's accounts, a subtle shift pervaded the atmosphere. The moonlight assumed a silvery hue, while the shadows deepened, their tendrils extending further into the clearing. The pine's whispers crescendoed, hinting at revelations just beyond reach. I found myself swaying involuntarily, as if swayed by invisible currents, my breath slowing to match an unseen cadence in the air. The journal divulged a peculiar occurrence. On nights of fullest moon, like the present one, the ancient fire pit would occasionally mirror the celestial expanse above, transmuting into a liquid obsidian despite its dry veneer. Intrigued by this enigmatic claim, I ventured back into the night, the journal clutched tenderly in my hands. The clearing appeared altered upon my return, though the transformation eluded description. The log circles seemed to form cryptic symbols, while the mushroom's radiance intensified imperceptibly. Drawing nearer to the fire pit, I beheld the veracity of the journal's testament. The aged embers now gleamed with a reflective sheen, mirroring the moon and stars with uncanny precision. Yet within that mirrored firmament, I discerned anomalies that arrested my gaze. Amid the stellar reflections, lights danced with a purposeful grace, akin to fireflies twirling to a melody known solely to them. The longer I observed, the more I sensed an affinity with the pine's susurrations, an inkling of comprehension regarding their enigmatic dialogues. Sinking onto a weathered log, the journal spread across my lap, I inscribed my own musings. The night deepened, time unfurling at its own languid pace. The boundary between observer and observed blurred, as if I were both witness and participant in a clandestine rite. Were the lights within the fire pit observing me, or was I scrutinizing them? Were the pines divulging their secrets, or merely permitting me a fleeting glimpse into their eternal soliloquies? With dawn's advent, a gentle mist enshrouded the tree trunks like diaphanous silk, and I penned a final entry in the journal. I recounted the gradual fading of the mushroom's luminescence, the whispers segueing into the ordinary cadence of day, and the fire pit's reflective surface reverting to mundane ashes as morning's tendrils encroached. Placing the journal upon its table within the cabin, I acknowledged that despite my meticulous documentation, the full extent of my experience would forever elude comprehension. The pines persisted in their murmurs, yet now they spoke of commonplace occurrences, zephyrs and seasons, sunlight and shade. Yet in the stillness of my reverie I can still discern the nocturnal rhythm, still perceive the alluring tug of enigma's content to linger at the periphery of understanding, forever elusive. Story 14. Late one night I strolled into an empty movie theater, its marquee a faded echo of a glamorous past. In the darkness of the auditorium, a solitary projector flickered to life, casting eerie images onto the weathered screen. The air was thick with the nostalgic aroma of popcorn and neglect, carrying whispers of forgotten dreams and heartache. Settling into a worn velvet seat at the back, I felt a strange pull to uncover the tale this forsaken cinema held. The gentle hum of the projector wove a hypnotic spell, a timeless lullaby laced with mystery. Dust motes pirouetted in the light, forming intricate patterns that hinted at secrets just out of reach. As my eyes adjusted, I caught elusive movements at the edge of vision, shadows gliding like silk in a soft breeze. The screen flickered with scenes from an old black and white film, yet the images bore a personal weight, as if delving into someone's intimate memories. A woman in vintage attire, her face perpetually hidden, traversed various settings: a garden soiree, a dimly lit eatery, a rain-drenched street, her quest veiled in elegance and urgency. A murmur brushed past me, carrying unintelligible words. The room's temperature fluctuated, currents of warmth and chill caressing me like unseen hands. The leather armrests retained a lingering warmth, as though recently occupied. The film unfolded with subtle anomalies, the woman's dress changing hues, scenes repeating with nuanced differences. Instead of dialogue, the sound system exhaled soft breaths and occasional sighs. Mesmerized, I noticed her movements mirroring mine, a disquieting synchronicity despite her perpetual concealment. The scent of jasmine mingled with theater mustiness, infusing the air with a poignant sorrow not entirely my own. A forgotten melody of emotions swirled within, both alien and achingly familiar. The projection shifted to depict the theater itself, pristine in its prime, a full audience with one vacant seat. The elusive woman appeared scattered among the crowd, perpetually seeking a view obscured from me. Discovering a weathered diary nestled in the seat, its faded pages chronicled visits to this very theater, each entry ending with the phrase, "still searching for the perfect ending." The handwriting evolved yet retained a distinctive flourish. The final entry, seemingly aged beyond its time, trailed off mysteriously. Closing the diary, the film climaxed. The woman turned toward the camera, only to dissolve into static and darkness. The projector fell silent, leaving me in the dim glow of exit signs. Returning the diary, a phantom hand briefly met mine, its warmth vanishing as swiftly as it came. In the lobby, a figure in vintage garb briefly materialized, a silent gesture of parting or greeting. Her absence left a lingering question of whether her quest for closure lay in being seen by a solitary witness in the shadows. To this day, the scent of jasmine in old movie houses evokes a sense of being observed, a shared understanding of the poignant allure of unfinished tales. Story 15. In the depths of my attic, amid relics of days gone by, a faded photograph beckoned to me from within a weathered album. As I gingerly lifted it out, the scene captured decades ago seemed to ripple with a subtle energy, as though time itself whispered secrets through its aged paper. A delicate fragrance, a blend of old roses and ancient parchment, wafted around me, weaving a tapestry of nostalgia and intrigue. Were the figures frozen in the frame, trying to convey a tale lost to the ages? The golden rays of the late afternoon sun filtered through the dusty window, painting the wooden floor in hues of warmth and memory. Nestling into an antique rocking chair, its rhythmic creak a lullaby of the past, my fingertips traced the worn edges of the photograph. Each crease and imperfection told a silent story of its own, a silent echo of bygone days. The image before me depicted a garden party from a more graceful era, where ladies in billowing gowns and gentlemen in dapper attire mingled in frozen merriment. Their gentle smiles held enigmatic truths, their eyes revealing depths unseen. In the background loomed a stately Victorian mansion, its windows reflecting the dying light of that distant evening. Yet one figure stood out amidst the frozen revelry, a woman in a pearl-white gown, slightly apart, her gaze fixed on the camera with an inscrutable expression. As I studied her ethereal features, a chill crept through the attic and the scent of roses intensified. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the hush of the space around me, allowing the mystery to unfold. Upon reopening my eyes, a subtle shift had occurred. The light in the photograph pulsated with a newfound warmth, casting a soft radiance over the scene. The woman in white seemed to move, her hand outstretched towards an unseen horizon, beckoning me to unravel the enigma of her world. Entranced, I delved deeper into the tableau, the ambient sounds morphing into a symphony of yesteryears, the rocking chair's creak melding with distant melodies of old gramophones. The scent of roses mingled with notes of Earl Grey tea and freshly baked pastries, transporting me to a realm where time flowed like a river of memories. As the past and present intertwined, the figures in the photograph gained lifelike dimensions, their colors bleeding into reality like watercolors on a canvas. The woman in white grew more defined, a pendant around her neck catching light in impossible ways. The attic's temperature dipped, prompting me to draw my sweater close as shadows lengthened around me. Details emerged with each passing moment: a teacup poised delicately on a garden table, a butterfly suspended in flight, the very air around them quivering with unseen energies. Time lost its grip as I swayed in the rocking chair, the woman's eyes locking with mine across the chasm of years, a silent message passing between us. Her pendant gleamed, mirroring one I had stumbled upon in my grandmother's jewelry box long ago, a connection bridging generations with a whisper of recognition. As evening descended, the attic dimmed, yet the photograph's glow persisted, illuminating the woman's outstretched hand, now pointing towards a mysterious door in the mansion's background. Curiosity stirred within me, wondering what secrets lay beyond that threshold, what mysteries awaited discovery. The faint strains of a waltz seeped into my awareness, the garden party guests swaying in an eternal dance, the woman's smile holding the key to a tale long forgotten. A resemblance struck me, then the woman bore a striking likeness to my grandmother in her youth, a realization draped in memories of summers past and untold adventures. Nightfall crept outside the attic window, the photograph retreating to its static state, the music fading into the ether. Only the lingering scent of roses remained, mingling now with the familiar mustiness of the attic, a blend of the past and present. With reverence, I returned the photograph to its album, knowing it held more than met the eye. Descending the stairs, my grandmother's pendant pressed against my heart, a silent reminder of the ties that bind us to our past. In the hush of the evening, echoes of a distant waltz whispered through the air, time's enigmatic dance tugging at my senses. Some mysteries, I realized, are best left unsolved, floating like wisps of memory between reality and imagination. The woman in white had shared her secret, a fleeting glimpse into a world beyond time, a tale woven between the threads of existence. And so the photograph slipped back into the shadows of memory, awaiting the next curious soul ready to embark on its timeless journey. Story 16. In a hidden courtyard, I ascended a set of worn stone steps, their surface marked by a mysterious symbol glowing faintly under the filtered light. The scent of mossy stone filled the air, stirring my curiosity. The symbol, a complex design of swirls and lines, seemed to hold a long-buried secret. As I knelt to inspect it, the stone felt strangely warm under my touch, a contrast to the cool autumn air. A soft breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and aging leaves, adding to the enchantment of the moment. Each evening I found myself drawn back to the steps, mesmerized by how the fading sunlight danced on the symbol, making it seem to pulse with an inner light. As I delved deeper into the mystery, I noticed peculiar details in the courtyard, the ivy avoiding the marked step, a faint hum resonating from below, and a sense of something ancient stirring in the air. One night I brought my sketchbook to capture the symbol's essence. My hand moved with a fluidity that felt guided by unseen hands, revealing intricate details I had overlooked. Strangely, the markings seemed to shift subtly each time I revisited them, adding to the enigma surrounding the symbol. With winter's approach, the symbol defied the frost, remaining untouched while the rest of the courtyard glistened with ice. On cold nights, a mist rose from the mark, almost forming letters before dissipating. The symbol began to inhabit my dreams, leading me through ethereal doorways to unknown realms, leaving me with a sense of tranquility upon waking. One evening, an elderly woman joined me on the steps, her presence ethereal as she traced the symbol with a knowing finger. The humming intensified, and the air shimmered with star-like lights before she vanished into the night. In her absence, she left a smooth stone etched with a miniature version of the symbol, a tangible link to the mystery. Now I visit the steps daily, the stone a comforting weight in my pocket. The symbol's riddle remains unsolved, yet I've embraced the idea that some mysteries are felt rather than understood. The mark has become a portal to introspection, a reminder that magic and wonder dwell in the most ordinary places for those willing to pause and perceive. In the quiet threshold between day and night, I sense the old woman's presence in the evening breeze, humming a haunting melody. Though the symbol's true significance eludes me, I find solace in its enigmatic allure, a testament to the beauty of unanswered questions and the serenity of embracing the unknown. Story 17. In the hazy twilight of an urban labyrinth, an enigmatic sight caught my attention, a cryptic verse etched onto a weathered brick wall. The words, time-worn yet lyrical, hummed with a haunting cadence that seemed to echo through the cool evening air, mingling with the scent of rain-kissed concrete. It felt as though the very soul of the city was whispering a timeless secret, a tale meant only for those willing to listen. Intrigued, I approached the wall, tracing the faded lines with my fingertips. The verses throbbed beneath my touch, their ink suspended in a mysterious limbo between presence and memory. A soft breeze swept through the narrow alleyway, carrying with it the gentle rustle of fallen leaves and distant echoes of life unfolding. It was then that I noticed the peculiar anomaly. Each line of the rhyme bore a distinct handwriting style, as if penned by multiple hands over ages past. Some letters flowed with graceful cursive elegance, while others stood rigid and precise, yet all converged in a disquieting harmony. As the street lamps flickered to life, casting warm, flickering shadows upon the wall, I reached for my phone to illuminate the text. To my bewilderment, the words seemed to dance and shift under the artificial light, rearranging themselves through the lens of my screen. I blinked in disbelief, wondering if my eyes were deceiving me in the encroaching darkness. And in that moment, I began to commit the verses to memory, their enigmatic lines imprinting themselves upon my consciousness with an eerie familiarity, as though they had always dwelled within, waiting to be unearthed rather than learned. The rhyme spun tales of shadows that walked in tandem with us, of memories ensconced in the interstices of time, and of a melody only the walls could discern. Night after night, I found myself inexorably drawn back to that very wall in dreams, in waking reveries. The verses resurfaced unbidden, weaving themselves into the fabric of my thoughts. I observed passers-by, their fingers trailing the ancient bricks, as if attuned to a melody just beyond my grasp. As weeks unfurled, similar verses began to manifest on disparate walls across the city, each one seamlessly connected to the last, akin to verses in an infinite poem. The handwriting styles remained consistent, a tapestry of authors weaving their enigmatic message across the urban sprawl. I documented each discovery, capturing the elusive verses through my lens, yet the images always emerged slightly blurred, as if reluctant to be captured in their entirety. Delving deeper into this enigma, I discerned subtle shifts in perception. The cacophony of street sounds now bore a rhythmic cadence. The bustling traffic transformed into distant harmonies, and even the rain took on a melodic patter, tapping out cryptic messages in an ancient lexicon I yearned to decipher. On tranquil nights, I stood before the original wall where the rhyme had first ensnared my senses. The words lingered in that ephemeral realm between existence and reverie, neither fading nor clarifying, as if suspended in a perpetual state of ambiguity. Strangers would occasionally join me, drawn by the inexplicable allure, their gaze mirroring the same curious wonder that gripped my soul. We stood in silent communion, united by an unspoken recognition of the hidden world whispered of in the rhyme, a realm visible only to those willing to pause and listen. The verses subtly adapted to the changing seasons, shimmering like mirages in the summer heat, fluid like flowing rivers in autumn rains, crystalline under winter frost, capturing the feeble sunlight. And to this day I return to the wall, although I've long since committed every word to memory. I've witnessed new lines emerge, interwoven with the old, the family of handwriting styles expanding in a silent dance of creation. The enigma of the rhyme continues to evolve, a living testament to collective consciousness, unfurling a tale that resonates uniquely with each soul it touches. What captivates me most is the disparate impact the rhyme has on its readers. Some depart with serene smiles, others bear a far-off, pensive gaze that endures for days. Many, like myself, return time and again, drawn by an intangible allure that promises ever more revelations within those ancient words. The mystery remains unsolved, and perhaps therein lies its enduring allure. In a world where technology and science have unraveled countless enigmas, there's solace in the knowledge that some mysteries endure, nestled in the shadows between streetlights, in the murmurs of brick and stone, in the enduring whispers of words that defy complete comprehension. As night descends and the city slips into its nocturnal cadence, I ponder the enigmatic authors whose handwriting intertwines on the wall. Do they still traverse these streets, adding to their endless opus? Do they, too, stand before these walls, seeking solace in the touch of brick and mortar, attuned to the hidden melody that reverberates through the urban tapestry? Perhaps we've crossed paths, connected by unseen threads of shared understanding, all players in a narrative that inscribes itself upon the margins of our urban existence. Story 18. In the depths of the attic, surrounded by the whispers of forgotten treasures, I stumbled upon a hidden canvas concealed behind an old, weathered trunk. The painting, incomplete yet mesmerizing, depicted a figure caught in the midst of a profound transformation, a dance of light and shadow that seemed to echo a distant memory. The air was heavy with the scent of ancient paper and the weight of untold stories, as if the very walls held secrets long forgotten. As I gazed at the delicate strokes of the brush, a sense of familiarity washed over me, a feeling that this portrait held a message meant only for me, a tale of a past uncharted. Nestling into a worn wooden chair, I watched as specks of dust twirled in the soft beam of light filtering through the small attic window, illuminating the painting in a mystical glow. The edges of the canvas blurred into the raw fabric, creating an ethereal effect, like colors bleeding into the fabric of time itself. The face on the portrait teetered on the edge of existence, some features sharp and defined, while others faded into the unknown, as if the artist's hand had been stilled by an unseen force. The gentle creaks and sighs of the old house enveloped me, a lullaby of yesteryears that lulled me deeper into contemplation. My fingertips traced the weathered frame, tracing the whispers of bygone eras etched in its grain. Within the eyes of the portrait lay a depth that beckoned me closer, a depth that seemed to transcend the boundaries of the canvas, reaching out to touch something buried deep within my own soul. As dusk descended upon the attic, casting a golden sheen over the time-worn floorboards, a cool breeze carried the promise of autumn through the crack in the window, igniting a symphony of rustling leaves. In the growing darkness, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded before my eyes. The brushstrokes on the canvas seemed to shift and sway with each passing moment, creating an illusion of movement that danced with the changing light. Unfinished whispers of a smile or a tear emerged and vanished with the shifting shadows, inviting me to explore the endless possibilities hidden within. Time lost its grip in that attic sanctuary, hours slipping away like grains of sand as I delved deeper into the enigma of the portrait. Beneath it, a faint inscription emerged, barely legible. "Remember, the light changes everything." The words, penned in a dreamlike script, echoed through the silent space, weaving a connection between myself and the elusive artist who had left this masterpiece incomplete. Bringing forth journals and photographs from the depths of the house, I surrounded the portrait with fragments of the past, each piece a puzzle hinting at the identity of the figure on the canvas. Yet the answers remained elusive, hidden within the whispers of the ancient timbers that cradled me in their embrace. In the hush of sleepless nights, I ascended the narrow staircase to commune with the portrait under the soft glow of moonlight. Shadows danced across the canvas, breathing life into the unfinished visage, while ethereal whispers filled the air, like echoes of forgotten melodies from a distant dream. With each passing night, a transformation unfolded within me, mirroring the ever-changing portrait before me. The eyes, once fixed in their gaze, now followed the paths of my emotions, reflecting my innermost thoughts and fears back at me. In the quietude of those moments, I bared my soul to the portrait, weaving tales of dreams and uncertainties into the tapestry of our shared existence. As the seasons painted the world beyond the attic window in hues of change, a realization dawned upon me. The portrait, left deliberately incomplete, was a living entity, a perpetual state of metamorphosis that mirrored the shifting tides of my own being. The artist's wisdom lay in the unfinished strokes, a testament to the beauty found in the journey, not just the destination. I relinquished the need to unravel the mystery, embracing instead the role of guardian to this ethereal creation. The attic transformed into a sacred space where time ebbed and flowed, blurring the lines between observer and observed, between reality and imagination. And so, through the passage of years, I continued to ascend those creaking stairs, a faithful companion to the enigmatic portrait that had become a part of my very essence. In the quiet hours, I chronicled the dance of light and shadow upon the canvas, capturing the essence of its ever-evolving nature. But above all, I sat in silent communion with this spectral presence, knowing that in its unfinished state lay a completeness beyond measure. The mystery persisted, not as a riddle to be solved, but as a symphony to be experienced, a whispered secret shared in the gentle, dust-filled light of the attic's sacred embrace. Story 19. In the deep night, cruising down a lonesome highway, my eyes caught sight of an ancient radio tower outlined against the moon's glow. Passing by, my car's radio hummed with static, interrupted by a faint, rhythmic signal hinting at concealed significance. The chill in the air, carrying whispers of metal and distant storms, gave the tower an air of secrecy, as though it whispered a forgotten tale from ages past. Compelled by an unseen force, I steered off the road, captivated by an unexplainable urge. The soft purr of my engine hushed into silence as I switched off the ignition, leaving only the gentle rustle of wind through the tall grass and the rhythmic static from my radio. The signal now clearer, a sequence of long and short bursts akin to Morse code, but not quite. The tower loomed like a guardian against the deep indigo sky, its red warning lights long extinguished. Time had etched patterns of rust on its surface, almost deliberate in their design. As I gazed, lazy clouds drifted over the moon, casting shadows that made the tower seem to sway subtly. The rhythm of the signal stirred a sense of familiarity, like a half-remembered melody from childhood. Closing my eyes, I let the sound envelop me, searching my memory for its origin. The static ebbed and flowed like gentle tides, carrying murmurs of possible words just beyond comprehension. Reaching for my phone to capture the enigmatic broadcast, I found it unresponsive, the screen blank despite being fully charged. The air thickened with anticipation as if the world held its breath. A light mist crept in, enveloping the tower's base like a soft shroud. Mesmerized by the cadence of the signal, memories not entirely my own surfaced. I saw faces in a control room, urgency in their voices as they discussed something vital, something to be preserved. The mist thickened, veiling the tower in an ethereal haze. The signal's pattern shifted, offering me glimpses of its encrypted message. Numbers, scientific data, and coordinates flashed through my mind, a puzzle waiting to be pieced together. Time lost its hold as I sat there, immersed in sound and mist, feeling the chill seep through my jacket but unable to tear myself away. A warm glow emanated from the tower's base, pulsating in harmony with the signal, casting an amber light that danced through the fog. Hypnotic patterns matched my breath, lulling me into a trance. The signal's melody transformed, resembling a soothing lullaby. The memories transmitted weren't random. They were deliberate, preserved in a loop of static and silence. With the approaching dawn, the mist dispersed, the signal fading gradually. The tower fell silent, its mysteries shrouded in decay and age. My phone blinked to life, revealing missed calls from anxious family members. The sunrise painted the sky in gentle hues, the night's events feeling like a dream. Driving back onto the deserted highway, I sensed a change within me. The signal's rhythm lingered, a soft hum beneath my thoughts. I knew I would return, drawn to unravel more of its enigma. Some frequencies, once tuned into, become ingrained in us, a hidden wavelength connecting us to a grander scheme. On quiet nights, amidst the whispering wind, I catch echoes of that signal in the radio static, a reminder of the unseen mysteries awaiting discovery. The tower stands as a testament to those who came before, their message encoded in endless waves of static, patiently waiting for the right soul to decipher its meaning. Story 20. In a rare moment of curiosity, I found myself inside a once grand theater, now a crumbling relic of its former glory. The dusty air hung heavy with the weight of forgotten applause and faded dreams. Taking a seat in the dimly lit auditorium, I felt a sense of calm settle over me, broken only by a soft, ethereal laughter that seemed to dance through the empty aisles. It was a laughter tinged with nostalgia, a gentle reminder of the joy that once filled these now silent walls. The theater, abandoned by time yet alive with memories, whispered its secrets to me as I sat in quiet contemplation. The scent of old velvet and decaying wood mingled with the faint perfume of bygone performances, creating a symphony of scents that stirred something deep within me. I traced my fingers along the faded red velvet seats, feeling the echoes of countless stories woven into the fabric, each thread a reminder of nights long past. As the afternoon light filtered through the high windows, casting ephemeral patterns on the floor, I noticed subtle movements in the corners of my vision. The heavy curtains swayed gently, as if stirred by unseen hands, and the sound of phantom footsteps echoed across the stage. It was as though the ghosts of performers past were putting on one final, silent show, a tribute to the magic that once filled this hallowed space. The stillness of the theater enveloped me, wrapping me in a cocoon of memories and forgotten dreams. Time seemed to lose its meaning as I sat there, listening to the quiet symphony of the abandoned stage. Shadows stretched and danced across the empty seats, taking on ghostly forms that whispered of a time long gone. The laughter returned, mingling with the sound of distant applause, creating a haunting melody that filled the air. As evening approached, the theater stirred to life around me. The temperature shifted, the air shimmered with unseen energy, and the stage lights seemed to pulse with a soft, otherworldly glow. I was drawn inexorably towards the stage, feeling the weight of history pressing down on me with each creaking step. Standing in the center of the stage, I felt a sense of anticipation building around me, as if the very walls were waiting for me to speak. I noticed small artifacts scattered around the wings, a tarnished mirror, a single glove, an ancient script, each one a fragment of a story waiting to be told. The mirror occasionally caught glimpses of movement, reflections of a world just beyond reach, adding to the theater's mystique. When I finally summoned the courage to speak, my voice was barely a whisper in the vast emptiness of the theater. "Is anyone there?" I called out, the words hanging in the air like a promise. In the silence that followed, I felt a shift in the atmosphere, a subtle change that spoke of unseen presences and forgotten voices. The theater was not truly empty, I realized, but alive with the echoes of 1,000 performances, 1,000 moments frozen in time. As darkness descended, I knew it was time to leave, but the theater seemed reluctant to release me. Every step towards the exit felt like a journey through shadows and memories, pulling me back into its embrace. And as I finally stepped outside, I understood that the theater was not empty at all. It was a vessel for stories, a keeper of dreams, a sanctuary for the echoes of joy and laughter that lingered in its walls. And so I left, carrying with me the memory of that mysterious, haunting place, where the past and present intertwined in a dance of light and shadow. The laughter I had heard remained with me, a reminder that some places are never truly abandoned, but simply waiting for someone to listen, to hear the whispers of joy that echo through the night. Story 21. As I sifted through a dusty box of forgotten art supplies at a quaint local thrift store, my fingers brushed against an old, battered sketchbook. Curiosity piqued. I opened it to find a treasure trove of detailed blueprints depicting an enigmatic structure unknown to me. The pages, fragile and yellowed with time, emitted a faint scent of graphite and nostalgia, drawing me into their mysterious allure. Each intricate line on those weathered pages hinted at a hidden purpose, blurring the lines between artistry and a deeper, enigmatic design. Night after night, I found myself immersed in the dim light of my study, where the gentle glow of my desk lamp cast soft shadows across the aged paper. The rhythmic patter of rain against my window provided a soothing soundtrack as my fingertips traced the mesmerizing patterns etched on the pages before me. The more I studied the blueprints, the more I unearthed peculiar details that defied conventional architectural norms. Curved corridors folded back upon themselves in seemingly impossible ways. Staircases led to rooms existing beyond the bounds of the structure's dimensions, and windows captured light from angles that defied logic. Yet amidst this architectural chaos, every line was meticulously drawn with precision, annotated in a script akin to elegant calligraphy. What intrigued me most were the faded marginal notes, whispers of the architect's thoughts penned in ink. They spoke of threshold spaces and liminal architecture, concepts that beckoned my mind to wander into contemplative realms. The notion of rooms existing between moments and doorways opening into the spaces we usually dream past fueled my imagination on quiet evenings. In those tranquil hours, I began sketching my interpretations of the designs, seeking to unravel the underlying philosophy they held. The soft scratch of pencil against paper evolved into a meditative ritual, blurring the boundaries of time as I delved deeper into the mysterious geometries. At times, in the hush before dawn, I almost felt the spectral presence of the original artist guiding my hand, revealing the interconnectedness of each line in crafting something beyond ordinary comprehension. With each dive into the blueprints, subtle shifts in my perception of space unfurled. My own home seemed to morph, especially in the liminal state between sleep and wakefulness. Shadows gained depth, corners curved imperceptibly when caught in my peripheral vision, and the familiar sounds of my house took on a new language, one that echoed the architectural whispers of the mysterious drawings. One serene night, bathed in moonlight filtering through my window, I stumbled upon a series of hidden numbers woven into the ornate borders of several pages. They formed a mesmerizing pattern reminiscent of musical notes or a cryptic code. Hours slipped away as I deciphered them, the steady tick-tock of my wall clock serving as my only companion in this nocturnal exploration. The resulting sequence possessed a peculiar beauty, akin to a mathematical sonnet penned in the language of architecture. With each passing week, the structure from the blueprints seeped into my dreams. In these nocturnal journeys, I wandered through its impossible corridors, footsteps echoing on floors that shifted beneath me like sand dunes in a gentle breeze. These dreams, far from unsettling, enveloped me in a serene wonder, as if I traversed the physical embodiment of a meditative state. At the heart of this surreal structure lay a chamber adorned with symbols resembling celestial charts and musical scales. According to the cryptic notes, this chamber harmonized with the resonance of liminal spaces, a concept that both intrigued and eluded me. I found myself sketching this enigmatic chamber repeatedly, each rendition slightly different, as if the room itself refused to be confined to a singular form. And on those late nights in my study, surrounded by my sketches and the original blueprints, I noticed how the moonlit shadows of tree branches outside aligned perfectly with the angles in the mysterious designs. In those moments, a profound sense of uncovering a hidden truth beyond ordinary perception washed over me, a kind of architecture existing in the quiet spaces between fleeting thoughts. Though the identity of the original architect remained shrouded in mystery, their essence lingered in every meticulously drawn line and contemplative note scrawled on the pages. I've come to regard the blueprints not as mere plans for a physical edifice, but as a map of the unseen spaces that dwell at the fringes of our reality, an ethereal realm we catch glimpses of in moments of perfect stillness. Now, as I pen this account by the soft glow of lamplight, the weight of the sketchbook on my desk serves as a reminder of the untold secrets it harbors. The rain's gentle percussion against my window and the pulsing shadows in the corners of my room, illuminated by distant flashes of lightning, evoke a sense of tranquility in the enigma that surrounds me. I've found solace in embracing the unknown, understanding that some queries are meant to linger in the realm of wonder, a dream half remembered that leaves a peaceful resonance upon awakening. Story 22. In a forgotten gallery of ancestral treasures, I stumbled upon a peculiar portrait, one that seemed out of place, depicting a stranger whose eyes whispered untold tales of sorrow. Behind the frame, concealed like a secret, lay a fragile yellowed letter. The air carried a delicate scent of aged parchment and lavender, beckoning me to unravel the mysteries veiled within its faded script. The gallery itself exuded a sense of timeless tranquility. Sunbeams filtered through tall windows, casting a soft glow that danced with dust motes, creating a mesmerizing ballet against the backdrop of weathered wooden panels. Each step I took on the whispering floorboards echoed the footsteps of generations past, a silent chorus of history. With trembling fingers, I carefully extracted the letter, feeling the weight of the past in its fragile fibers. The portrait's gaze, that of a woman from the Victorian era, seemed to follow my every move, her expression a blend of sadness and resolve that piqued my curiosity about her story. The elegant handwriting on the letter, now faded to a sepia hue, unfurled a narrative that transcended time. As I delved into the words, the present faded into the background, replaced by the gentle scratch of a quill on parchment echoing through the centuries. My dearest Elizabeth, by the time these words reach you, I shall have embarked on a journey across the vast sea. The weight of my decision burdens my heart, but the truth of our grandmother's legacy beckons me. Dreams have become my constant companions, visions of the old music box with its hidden compartment, the key that adorned her neck, and the tales she spun of the ancient manor by the misty shore. Night after night, the haunting melody she used to hum grows clearer, its notes etching into my mind like a recurring refrain. I've deciphered the pattern, matching the engravings on the missing music box that vanished with her passing. The portrait I leave behind conceals more than mere likeness. It harbors a map, a well-guarded secret through the ages. I dare not disclose its exact whereabouts in this letter, but you, my childhood companion, will recall the alcove in the gallery where we once hid our treasures. There the truth awaits your touch. Should these words find another's eyes, know that some enigmas are best left undisturbed. But if you, Elizabeth, are the reader of this missive, heed the path I've illuminated. Our inheritance lies not in material wealth, but in the wisdom carried through the lineage of our foremothers. The moon's reflection on still waters, the whispered secrets of ancient trees in the wind, the dance of candlelight shadows, these hold the keys to enlightenment. Trust your intuition over sight, for answers will manifest in dreams, as they did for grandmother and now for me. With enduring love and optimism, Margaret, the letter's conclusion left an ethereal imprint on my soul, lingering like the fading hues of twilight. I found myself drawn back to the portrait, viewing Margaret's visage with newfound insight. The gallery now bore a weight of untold narratives and unfulfilled quests, shadows stretching across the walls as the evening descended. Details within the painting emerged subtly, a pendant at her neck that might have concealed a key, a hint of a music box in the background, her hand poised near her heart as if safeguarding a secret. Embraced by the tranquil hush of the gallery, I pondered the enigma before me. Should I pursue the map concealed within the portrait, follow Margaret's enigmatic trail that led her across the sea? Some riddles unfold only when the stars align, and so I carefully returned the letter to its sanctuary, transcribing its contents into my journal before departing. As I prepared to leave, a faint melody, soft and haunting, drifted through the air, a melody that seemed to straddle the realms of reality and reverie. The portrait's eyes tracked my movement, not with unease, but with a gentle allure, akin to a tome awaiting its reader, a tale yearning to be unfurled. I knew I would return to this gallery, to this enigma. Yet for now, I allowed the questions to settle within me like leaves on a tranquil pond, recognizing that some truths reveal themselves most vividly in dreams. Story 23. In the hush of a tranquil night, I found myself drawn to an ancient observatory nestled on the outskirts of town. Amongst the still telescopes and faded star maps, a peculiar sight awaited me, an intricately carved mural of eyes gazing out from a weathered wall. The starlit expanse beyond the observatory's windows seemed to blend seamlessly with an enigmatic glow within, while a gentle breeze carried whispers of ozone and aged parchment, hinting that the very structure was sentient, safeguarding enigmatic cosmic truths from a forgotten era. Crossing the threshold into the time-worn building, I felt time itself slow to a languid pace. My flashlight cast a soft glow on the worn wooden floors, their ancient grains meandering like frozen streams under the pale light. The air held a profound stillness, as if it bore the weight of endless nights spent contemplating the celestial wonders above. Moving deeper into the circular chamber, my gaze fell upon abandoned instruments, a colossal telescope, its brass tarnished by years of disuse, stood pointed steadfastly towards the sky through the dome's aperture. Strewn around its base lay scattered papers adorned with intricate calculations in faded ink, their yellowed surfaces adorned with cryptic mathematical symbols that danced like celestial hieroglyphs. The watchful eyes etched into the stone seemed to track my every step, not with malice, but with an aura of patient observation, as though they had borne witness to countless cosmic phenomena over eons. Some eyes were deeply carved, while others shimmered faintly, capturing and reflecting the starlight that filtered through the dome. A gentle zephyr stirred the dust, forming lazy spirals that glinted in the moon's silver glow. The scent of aged books and metal mingled with an otherworldly fragrance, redolent of meteor showers and the ethereal dance of the aurora borealis. Intrigued, I gravitated towards a corner where an antique desk stood, its surface adorned with star charts from bygone eras. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a peculiar anomaly. The constellations depicted on the oldest charts did not align precisely with their modern counterparts. Initially attributing this to the passage of time, a pattern emerged as I perused more charts. The stars seemed to have shifted gradually, not in accordance with astronomical movements, but as if the very firmament had subtly rearranged its cosmic tapestry. As the desk's drawers yielded with soft sighs, revealing leather-bound journals filled with elegant script, I delved into entries that spoke of eyes observing in the void and celestial patterns that breathed. While these musings might have seemed metaphorical, the meticulous measurements and calculations accompanying them hinted at a deeper truth. A subtle warmth emanated from the walls despite the nocturnal chill. Running my hand along the stone surface, I felt faint vibrations, akin to a slumbering giant's heartbeat. The carved eyes appeared to pulsate in unison, their rhythm mirroring the unseen cadence of the cosmos. Within that sacred space, time ebbed and flowed in mysterious ways. Minutes stretched into hours as I explored, yet when I consulted my timepiece, mere moments had slipped by. The dome above creaked and adjusted itself, tracking an imperceptible point in the heavens without visible mechanical aid. In a journal entry penned decades ago, an astronomer chronicled the discovery of a celestial anomaly, a phenomenon defying conventional classification. This enigmatic entity seemed to regard Earth as intently as Earth beheld it. The astronomer's hand, typically steady, had trembled towards the entry's conclusion, not from fear, but from a profound sense of mutual recognition. As the night deepened, a realization dawned upon me: the observatory had not been forsaken, it had evolved. The eyes adorning the walls were not mere decoration, but indicators of a metamorphosis. The edifice had become a sentient instrument, a conduit between mortal observers and cosmic beholders. Seated at the antique desk, I watched as the stars wheeled overhead through the dome's aperture. The carved eyes pulsated in harmony with the celestial rhythms, and I felt myself synchronizing with their ancient vigilance. the boundary between observer and observed blurred, melding watcher with watched in a dance of cosmic communion. With the approaching dawn, a sense of transformation pervaded my being. Though I knew I must depart, the night spent amidst the watching eyes had left an indelible mark upon my soul. The observatory had imparted its revelation. We were not solitary in our contemplation of the cosmos. Rather, the cosmos had always been observing us in kind, through eyes both carved and celestial. Casting a final glance over my shoulder at the silent observatory bathed in the burgeoning light of dawn, I departed, though a part of me remained tethered to that mystical place. In the ensuing days, I revisited the observatory sporadically, though never for as protracted a duration as that initial night. The carved eyes persisted, unwavering in their timeless vigil, serving as a poignant reminder that in the grand tapestry of observation, we are simultaneously audience and actor. The most profound lesson gleaned from that nocturnal sojourn was that true comprehension transcends verbal elucidation, residing in the silent interstices between starlight and shadow, in the gentle thrum of ancient stone, and in the patient gaze of eyes that have beheld the cosmos since time immemorial. The mystery of the observatory was not meant to be unraveled, but to be experienced a living enigma that underscored the beauty of uncertainty, cloaked in the velvety embrace of the unknown. Story 24. In a forgotten corner of a neglected library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript, its aged pages adorned with enigmatic footnotes. Each tiny scribble, written in an unfamiliar hand, hinted at a concealed tale waiting to be unveiled. The scent of ancient parchment and ink hung in the air, beckoning me to unravel the cryptic lore hidden within. With a soft crackle, I turned the delicate pages, feeling the weight of centuries-old dust beneath my fingertips. The main text appeared mundane, a scholarly discourse on medieval folklore, yet the footnotes whispered a different narrative. Beginning innocently with academic citations, they gradually morphed into something more. The script grew urgent, the ink bleeding into the paper, transforming scholarly references into personal musings, and eventually into what seemed like intimate diary entries. Hours slipped away in that secluded corner of the library, surrounded by towering shelves that stood sentinel, absorbing my every breath. The golden light of the desk lamp bathed the manuscript in a warm glow, while the shadows between the shelves deepened. As daylight waned, the shadows stretched and crept across the floor like a slow-moving tide. One footnote in particular captured my attention. It alluded to a series of mysterious numbers resembling dates, yet following an unknown calendar. Beneath them in shaky script were the words, "The secrets reveal themselves only in darkness. They speak of the realms between moments where time folds in upon itself." Those enigmatic notes started to weave themselves into my own existence. Books materialized on my desk without my intervention, and the library seemed to shift its layout, guiding me back to the manuscript time and again. The rustle of pages turning echoed in the air, even when the book lay closed before me. The footnotes felt personal, as if penned for my eyes alone, hinting at a realization that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. It became a conduit spanning not just pages, but years, perhaps centuries. As I delved deeper, time seemed to lose its grip. The library clocks ticking slowed and ceased, the sunlight frozen in a perpetual twilight. Lost in the labyrinthine connections of the footnotes, I journeyed through references to ancient civilizations that manipulated time, to scholars who deciphered the silences between words, to libraries existing in multiple epochs simultaneously. Approaching the manuscript's conclusion, the annotations shifted, exuding a tranquil acceptance. The frenzied urgency gave way to a serene contemplation. The final note simply stated, "To grasp time, one must step beyond it. You, the reader of these words, have embarked on that voyage." When I raised my gaze from the manuscript, the silence felt pregnant with untold tales. The shadows now danced with unseen movements, as if veils stirred by an invisible breeze. I now frequent the library daily, though the moments of arrival and departure blur into obscurity. The manuscript rests where I first discovered it, its contents evolving with each perusal. Sometimes in the corner of my vision, I glimpse other readers, scholars from diverse eras, drawn to the same enigmatic footnotes. We share a silent communion, connected by the echoes of our presence. The true essence of the manuscript eludes me, but I've learned that some mysteries are meant to be experienced, not solved. Amidst the hushed whispers of ancient pages, I've uncovered a different kind of wisdom, one that resides in the gaps between certainty and curiosity. I continue to read, allowing the footnotes to navigate me through their intricate web of significance. Perhaps one day you too will encounter this manuscript, and when you do, remember that the most profound mysteries are those that transform us through wonder rather than revelation. Story 25. In the late hours of the night, I found myself drawn to an abandoned arcade on the outskirts of the city. The neon signs cast intermittent glows over rows of forgotten game machines, their surfaces coated in a layer of dust. Amidst the hush of the empty arcade, a faint, rhythmic hum resonated from the shadows, laced with a hint of nostalgia. The air carried the lingering scent of old popcorn and vanished excitement, as if the arcade held whispers of bygone laughter and wistful memories within its walls. Running my fingers along the weathered plastic of the game cabinets, I could feel the intricate designs worn smooth by time. Each step I took left soft imprints in the carpet of gray dust that blanketed the floor. The gentle rhythm of my breathing intertwined with the low electrical hum, creating a tranquil symphony that enveloped me in a sense of calm. In the dim glow, the faded artwork on the machines hinted at fantastical realms and characters now faded into ghostly outlines. Some screens flickered feebly, casting fragmented images that danced like elusive dreams. One particular game caught my eye, an antiquated racing simulator with a weathered leather seat and a steering wheel that seemed to turn of its own accord. As I ventured deeper into the arcade, the temperature dropped and the hum intensified, weaving a melodic tapestry that seemed to beckon me forward. The air felt pregnant with possibility, as if the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurred within this forgotten sanctuary. Exploring further, I stumbled upon a narrow corridor leading to what appeared to be the maintenance area. Vintage posters adorned the walls, relics of games long past, their colors muted with age. Each step I took echoed softly on the creaking floorboards, harmonizing with the arcade's enigmatic chorus. The hum seemed to ebb and flow in response to my movements, guiding me towards an old wooden door at the hallway's end. The door, its paint peeling in intricate patterns reminiscent of circuitry, yielded to my touch, revealing a small chamber suffused with a soft blue luminescence. Arrays of arcade motherboards lined the walls, their LEDs blinking in a cryptic pattern. At the room's center stood an ancient computer terminal, its screen ablaze with scrolling text that eluded my comprehension. The characters appeared to blend game code with something deeper, resonating with an ancient wisdom. Seated in the worn operator's chair, I found myself entranced by the hypnotic display before me. The text on the screen began to form intricate patterns, teasing at understanding like fragments of a half-remembered dream. My fingers danced over the faded keys, typing words that seemed to flow from some buried well of creativity. The hum synchronized with my keystrokes, creating a harmonious duet of human and machine. Time lost its hold in that ethereal chamber. The pulsating blue light seeped into my very being, and the hum reverberated in my bones. I transcribed tales of lost worlds and forgotten dreams, exchanging narratives with the machine in a language of code and static that spoke volumes. When I eventually rose from the chair, my limbs felt stiff, the passage of time a mystery in that timeless space. The arcade had transformed in my absence, no longer deserted but expectant. The game cabinet stood sentinel, their screens aglow with glimpses of uncharted realms awaiting creation. Tracing my path back through the arcade, I felt a tingle of electricity beneath my touch, as if the machines acknowledged my presence with a silent hum. The racing game's steering wheel remained motionless, yet its screen depicted a road vanishing into an infinite horizon, bathed in the soft glow of a digital dawn. Pausing at the entrance, I cast a final glance over the arcade. The neon lights, once erratic, now radiated a steady warmth, casting a tranquil aura over the space. The hum had evolved into a gentle purr, akin to a slumbering electronic creature. In that moment, I knew I would return, drawn by the harmony of silence and the promise of untold stories awaiting discovery between the games. Stepping outside, the hum lingered, a subtle vibration nestled in my chest, a reminder of the enigmatic symphony that had unfolded that night. Sometimes, in the quiet pre-dawn hours, I can still sense its call, a melody of memory and mystery, forever echoing in the silent embrace of the deserted arcade. Story 26. Amid a serene afternoon saunter through a forsaken courtyard, I was captivated by a rich, exotic scent that seemed out of sync with the surroundings' decay. The aroma, a tantalizing fusion of rare spices and aged stone, floated on the breeze as if conveying a message. Each step fueled my curiosity, pulling me closer to the enigmatic origin of this unexpected perfume. The courtyard, a hidden haven, was embraced by weather-beaten walls veiled in ancient ivy. Soft autumn winds danced fallen leaves across weathered stones, whispering melodies that harmonized with the mysterious fragrance. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting intricate shadows that waltzed slowly on the ground. Delving deeper into the space, I noticed a shift in the air's quality. The spicy scent grew more potent near a corner where an old wooden door stood, etched with faded, intricate patterns. It stirred distant memories, hints of childhood winters, fleeting dreams upon waking. Peculiar stone bench beckoned from against the wall. Its surface, smooth and weathered, exuded a welcoming warmth under my touch, though worn by years of rain and wind. As I settled onto it, the aroma pulsed gently, akin to a distant heartbeat. Despite its peculiarity, the sensation offered an odd comfort. Seated, I observed intricate details previously overlooked. Carved symbols graced the column bases, their meanings lost to time. They seemed to shift subtly with the changing light, a mere illusion. The ivy on the walls quivered sporadically, even in still air. Time flowed uniquely in that space. Shadows stretched at an unusual pace, minutes blending into hours, or was it hours slipping away unnoticed? The spicy scent would ebb and flow, leading me on an invisible journey, each wave carrying hints of cinnamon, whispers of cardamom, and a depth beyond comprehension. One evening, an elderly gardener emerged, tending to plants in a distant corner. When I inquired about the scent, she smiled knowingly, offering no answers but cryptically stating, "Some places hold forgotten memories." Before I could press further, she vanished behind a hedge, leaving me to question her existence. The mystery deepened as odd objects materialized on the bench during my visits. A tarnished key with no matching lock, an unknown dried flower, a scrap of script in a foreign tongue. Each item vanished before my next visit, replaced by a new enigma. Weeks passed, drawing me back to the courtyard daily. The scent remained a constant companion, evolving subtly yet retaining its essence. Shadows flickered at the edge of my vision, hints of a presence that vanished upon inspection. One tranquil evening, as sunlight bathed the walls in amber hues, fragrant smoke curled up between flagstones near the bench. It twisted into intricate shapes, almost resembling letters, before dissolving into darkness. The smoke carried the spicy scent, intensified, drawing me in. I reached out, expecting it to dissipate at my touch. Instead, warmth tingled through my fingers, connecting me to something ancient and vast. Memories flashed through my mind, intertwining with those of generations past who had sat on this very bench, each unraveling their own mystery. As winter crept closer, the scent shifted once more, growing elusive, subtle. The courtyard morphed in the chill, yet the sense of enigma lingered. The aroma now appeared only at specific times, dawn, dusk, and moments suspended in time. I continue my visits to the courtyard, the fragrance now a familiar presence, its origin elusive. At times, I feel on the cusp of understanding, only for it to shift, revealing new layers that deepen the mystery. Perhaps some enigmas are meant to be experienced, embraced, cherished as treasured secrets. The gardener's words echo in my mind. Some places hold forgotten memories. Seated on the ancient bench, enveloped in the mysterious scent, I ponder if it's not the place remembering, but the memories themselves seeking to share their stories with a willing listener. Story 27, The Enchanted Theater. Entranced by a mysterious pull to explore, I ventured into an aging theater nestled on the outskirts of town, its former grandeur now shrouded in decay. Ornate balconies and plush velvet seats spoke softly of eras long past, filled with applause and theatrical drama. Stepping onto the weathered stage, a faint, echoing voice drifted into my consciousness, reciting lines tinged with both sorrow and yearning. The sound lingered, bouncing off the ancient walls, blending with the musty fragrance of neglected dreams and aged curtains, prompting me to question if the theater truly stood empty. A gentle autumn breeze whispered through unseen crevices, orchestrating a delicate symphony of rustling papers and distant murmurs. Each footfall upon the creaking boards of the stage elicited a soft sigh from the worn wood beneath me. The air held a peculiar density, as though traversing through layers of memories suspended in time. Above, the grand chandelier hung in silent repose, its crystals draped in dust, yet catching occasional glimmers of light that filtered through the lofty windows, casting ethereal patterns that danced across the walls. My curiosity led me to the stage wing, where forgotten props lay veiled beneath sheets resembling gentle waves in the dim light. The elusive voice I had heard seemed to emanate from this direction, though now barely more than a whisper. Amidst the abandoned set pieces, I stumbled upon an ancient dressing room mirror, its surface clouded with age, yet radiating an otherworldly sheen. As I drew nearer, the ambient temperature cooled imperceptibly, sending a shiver down my spine. The mirror pulsed with a subtle energy, its reflections hinting at movements not my own, like spectral echoes of performers long gone, honing their craft. The voice grew slightly more distinct, a feminine tone, perhaps reciting verses from what appeared to be a tragic love story. Her melodious words carried a comforting yet melancholic tune. Time seemed to ebb and flow uniquely within this space. Minutes stretched into hours as I delved deeper, uncovering crumbling playbills and costume pieces still redolent with a faint perfume. The voice continued its gentle soliloquy, guiding me through the forgotten recesses of the theater. In the orchestra pit, aged sheet music lay strewn across antiquated stands, the notes faded yet discernible, as if awaiting the return of musicians to breathe life into them once more. With the approaching dusk, the quality of light filtering through the windows shifted, casting elongated shadows that seemed to move with intent across the rows of seats. The voice gained strength, though never rising above a soothing murmur. Seated in one of the better preserved velvet chairs, I watched as specks of dust danced in the waning sunlight. The theater pulsed with a living essence, its walls expanding and contracting, bearing the weight of countless untold tales. In this moment of serene introspection, I came to realize that the voice wasn't directed towards any individual, it was the theater itself, reminiscing. Each uttered word carried fragments of bygone performances, of ovations and farewells, of opening nights and final goodbyes. The gentle rhythm of the voice interwove these memories into a delicate tapestry, enveloping me in a cocoon of nostalgia. As night descended, the darkness imbued the voice with a new dimension. It seemed to emanate from all directions at once, filling the space with a warm resonance that vibrated through the air. The words grew clearer, yet their true essence remained just beyond reach, akin to grasping at a fleeting dream upon waking. The chandelier now caught the moon's glow, casting iridescent refractions that danced across the ceiling like a nocturnal aurora borealis. Drifting between wakefulness and slumber, the voice acted as a gentle lullaby, blurring the line between reality and reverie. In these twilight moments, I fancied I could almost discern the phantom audience, their presence hinted at by the interplay of moonbeams and shadows. They sat in reverent silence, captivated by the voice as much as I. With the deepening night came a profound tranquility. The voice ebbed gradually, like a receding tide, leaving behind a sense of gratitude, as if my very presence had acknowledged and validated the myriad narratives enshrined within these walls. The theater settled around me, its time-worn timbers creaking and sighing, akin to an old companion preparing for rest. Upon my eventual departure, the once vivid voice had faded into a mere memory, a faint echo in the chambers of my mind. Yet the theater felt transformed, more vibrant, despite its abandonment. As I made my way towards the exit, the aged floorboards protesting beneath each step, I realized that some places never truly empty. They wait patiently, cradling their tales until someone willing to listen comes along. Even now, months later, I find myself inexplicably drawn back to that mystical theater during the nocturnal hours. The voice endures, sometimes a mere whisper, a gentle nudge reminding me that behind each curtain and beneath every layer of dust lies a narrative yearning to be heard by those who pause to listen. The theater remains a sanctuary where the boundaries between past and present blur, and where memories pirouette like dust motes in the moon's glow, forever enshrined in the gentle echoes of that enigmatic voice. Story 28. On a peculiarly crisp night, I ventured into an empty train yard at the outskirts of town. Amidst the rusted rails and quiet, decaying locomotives, a single light flickered sporadically from an aged signal tower. The metallic scent of rust mingled with the musty aroma of damp concrete, and that stuttering glow pulsed like a heartbeat in the darkness, whispering of untold tales of journeys halted in time's embrace. The gravel softly crunched underfoot as I traversed the yard, each step accompanied by the gentle sigh of wind through vacant train carriages. An eerie stillness lingered in the air, a stillness that settles in spaces forsaken by the hands of time. Moths twirled around the few functioning lampposts, their wings casting fragile shadows that danced across worn metal surfaces. My gaze was captivated by the solitary blinking light in the tower, its cadence neither regular nor haphazard, but rather purposeful in its enigmatic allure. The pattern evoked a sense of familiarity, akin to a distant memory or a partially forgotten reverie. Drawing closer, I observed how the windows encircling the tower remained shrouded in darkness, heightening the significance of that lone illumination. Door to the tower stood slightly ajar, emitting a mournful hum as a gust of wind nudged it open. Inside, the atmosphere shifted denser, charged with an electric anticipation that prickled my skin. The wooden stairs groaned under my weight, releasing the faint fragrance of aged timber and years of neglect. Reaching the top level, I encountered an antiquated control room brimming with obsolete apparatus. Switches, levers, and dial gauges adorn the walls, their metal fittings dulled by the passage of time. Yet it was the origin of that mysterious light that captured my focus, a signal lamp powered by an unknown source, its hypnotic pulse uninterrupted. Watching intently, I began to discern something extraordinary unfolding. The light's rhythm synchronized with the gentle ebb and flow of my breath, as though acknowledging my presence. The room's ambience subtly shifted, weaving an inexplicable bond between myself and this forsaken domain. The cool air carried faint echoes of bygone conversations, the spectral echoes of train whistles, and the phantom hustle of travelers who once traversed this yard in eras long past. Nestling into an old operator's chair, I found myself entranced by the interplay of light and shadow across the control panel. The rhythmic blinking seemed to narrate a tale, one of solitary nights, of signals dispatched into the void, of connections forged and dissolved. My fingertips traced the weathered edges of the control panel, sensing a residual warmth from hands that toiled here decades prior. Time slipped away as I sat there, enveloped in the gentle pulse of light and the melodic symphony of nocturnal whispers. The distant hoot of an owl melded with the whisper of wind through shattered windows, composing a lullaby of solitude. I noticed a subtle shift in the light's pattern, evolving into a more intricate sequence, akin to a cryptic code. In that moment of realization, a gentle shiver coursed through me. I wasn't merely observing the light, it was observing me. Not with menace, but with a patient curiosity of something ancient and cognizant. The glow of the signal lamp extended, casting warm tendrils of light that painted tales on the walls in Morse code shadows. As night deepened, I stumbled upon logbooks filled with faded script, detailing the passage of trains through the yard, each entry more enthralling than the last. The concluding record, etched decades ago, simply stated, "The light knows the way home." Beneath it, a series of dots and dashes had been meticulously inscribed, a message eluding my deciphering, yet resonating deep within my soul. When I eventually departed the tower hours later, the light persisted in its steady pulse behind me. I understood I would return, beckoned by the enigma of that singular beacon in the shadows. At times, on tranquil nights, I find myself synchronizing my breath with the remembered rhythm of that light, pondering if somewhere in that forsaken yard it continues to blink its age-old message into the night. The tale of the flickering light remains unresolved in my mind, akin to a half-remembered reverie. Perhaps that is the essence of it. Some mysteries are meant to be sensed rather than unraveled, their potency not in their conclusion, but in the queries they leave lingering in our minds, gentle as the flutter of moth wings against a window pane. Story 29. One somber afternoon, amidst the stack of mundane bills and advertisements, a lone unmarked envelope caught my eye. Its presence whispered of mystery, beckoning me to uncover its secrets. Gingerly unfolding the yellowed paper within, my gaze fell upon words that seemed to dance with a familiarity that eluded my conscious mind. The room filled with a nostalgic blend of ancient ink and lavender, stirring a sense of déjà vu that tingled down my spine. Raindrops tapped a gentle melody against the window, harmonizing with the rhythmic cadence of my heartbeat. Bathed in the soft amber glow of my reading lamp, the elegant script on the page seemed to come alive, weaving a tale of forgotten memories. My dearest friend, the letter began, evoking images of a summer house lost in the recesses of my mind. Though I had no recollection of such a place, the words painted a vivid picture in my imagination: warm sunlight, waves caressing the shore, and a fireplace crackling with comforting warmth. Each sentence acted as a key, unlocking hidden chambers of my consciousness. I could almost taste salt in the air, feel the smoothness of wooden floorboards beneath my feet, and hear the rustle of cotton curtains in a gentle breeze. The letter spun a tale of afternoons spent sipping tea from delicate china cups adorned with blue flowers, of conversations whispered amidst eternal roses in a timeless garden, and of a mysterious locked room on the third floor. These phantom memories grew stronger with each passing word, blurring the line between reality and fiction. As my cat purred softly in my lap, anchoring me to the present, I turned to the second page. The graceful handwriting continued its dance, painting scenes of misty gardens, flickering candlelight shadows, and haunting piano melodies that lingered in empty rooms. The very essence of my home seemed to echo the descriptions in the letter, as if the walls themselves whispered forgotten tales. The scent of lavender enveloped me, permeating the air with a weight of memories not my own. Had these experiences truly belonged to me, or were they borrowed from another's past? The letter hinted at shared secrets, unspoken bonds, and a locket bearing a mysterious photograph. My fingers instinctively sought the phantom weight of that locket, finding only emptiness where a memory should have been. Outside, the rain's gentle murmur seemed to carry cryptic messages, blending with the letter's descriptions of rainy days spent in a library of shape-shifting books. The final page approached, the ink fading like a receding dream. The writer revealed a pivotal choice, a ritual under a moon that defied logic, a choice that had reshaped reality itself. The letter's closing words lingered in the air, a haunting reminder that memories are but threads in the tapestry of our existence. With a final, elusive signature, the letter hinted at a truth beyond my grasp. Folding the paper back into its creases, I caught a glimpse of a reflection that felt both familiar and foreign, as if I were peering into a mirror of lost identities. As the rain subsided and the scent of lavender dissipated, I tucked the letter away, knowing that the boundaries of my memories had shifted. Drifting into sleep in my favorite armchair, the distant whispers of waves and piano music serenaded me, accompanied by the phantom weight of a locket that had never adorned my neck. And in that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, I embraced the enigma of a past that was both mine and not mine, carried on the ephemeral wings of forgotten whispers. Story 30, along a rugged stretch of coastline, my journey led me to an abandoned lighthouse, a solitary figure standing tall against the relentless crashing waves. Its weathered facade, worn down by time, exuded a quiet sorrow, as if it held the weight of lost souls and forgotten dreams within its crumbling stone walls. Amidst the symphony of wind and sea salt, a soft, mournful whisper seemed to drift out from the lighthouse, a melancholic melody carried by the night itself. Intrigued, I felt compelled to stop my car, its headlights casting long shadows on the path leading to the lighthouse. The gravel beneath my feet whispered softly as I made my way closer, each step deliberate and measured. The evening air hung heavy with a sense of melancholy, thick with the weight of memories long past. As twilight descended, delicate tendrils of mist curled around the base of the tower, like ethereal fingers reaching out towards the sky. The door stood ajar, a silent invitation that both surprised and yet felt strangely expected. With a gentle creak, the door yielded to my touch, revealing an interior steeped in the scents of old wood and sea salt, tinged with a hint of sweetness. perhaps a lingering essence of lamp oil from days gone by. Climbing the spiral staircase, my hand trailed along the cool metal railing, each footfall echoing in a hollow space. The worn wooden steps, bearing the marks of countless visitors before me, creaked softly in recognition of my presence. Through salt-stained windows, I glimpsed the darkening sky, painted in rich hues of purple and blue, pulsing with an otherworldly energy. The keeper's quarters just below the lantern room seemed frozen in time. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, swirling like miniature constellations in the dim light. An open logbook on a simple wooden desk, its pages yellowed with age, bore the last entry from decades past. But it was the gentle sway of a rocking chair by the window that drew my gaze, moving ever so slightly in the still air. As my eyes adjusted to the dimness, I noticed the photographs adorning the walls. Each one captured the lighthouse at different times, different seasons, always with a solitary figure on the gallery, a woman in a flowing dress, her gaze fixed upon the sea, her presence a haunting constant. In every image, she appeared to be waiting, watching, yearning. The whisper persisted as I ascended to the lantern room, a soft echo of a voice filled with longing and patience. The towering Fresnel lens commanded the circular space, its prisms refracting the fading light into a myriad of rainbow hues that danced across the room. It struck me as peculiar how something long abandoned could remain so immaculately preserved. Entranced by the rhythmic sound of distant waves, a haunting melody began to fill the air, pure and crystalline, carrying a weight of profound sorrow that tugged at my heart. It spoke of endless nights of waiting, of ships lost to the sea, of a love that endured even beyond death. The temperature plummeted suddenly, and a presence, unseen but palpable, lingered at my side. The scent of lavender and sea spray enveloped me, and in the reflection of the lens, I glimpsed a woman in a pale dress, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Yet when I turned, she was gone, leaving only the fading strains of her song intertwined with the whispering wind. Respecting the solemnity of the moment, I descended slowly, each step a silent tribute to the keeper of the light. The photographs now seemed to tell a different story, the woman's face more defined, her expression a blend of hope and acceptance. It became clear to me that she was not a captive spirit. She had chosen to remain, a guardian of the lost and a beacon in the darkness. Sitting in my car, gazing up at the first stars twinkling above the lighthouse, the whisper lingered, no longer eerie but comforting, a gentle reminder of enduring love and unwavering duty. Even now, on nights when the wind whispers just so, I catch echoes of that haunting melody, a tribute to the woman who stands watch in her lantern room, keeping vigil over the lost souls and guiding them with her eternal light. Haunted not by fear but by a sense of duty and devotion, this lighthouse stands as a testament to the enduring power of love, duty, and memory, forces that transcend time and space, resonating through eternity like a tender, whispered lullaby. Story 31. As I sifted through the relics in my attic, a forgotten treasure revealed itself, a weathered antique radio, its dial worn smooth, its speakers silent until one hushed night when it crackled to life. From the static emerged faint, fragmented voices and distant melodies, carrying with them the bittersweet essence of aged metal and faded dreams. Each note felt like a whispered memory from a past yearning to be remembered. Drawn by this ethereal music, I found myself spending more time in the attic, a space filled with a certain enchantment. Dust motes danced in the faint moonlight that filtered through the small window, casting a magical aura. The wooden floorboards murmured softly beneath my steps as I approached the corner where the radio rested on an old oak table, its mahogany surface dulled by years of devoted service. Every evening, as twilight painted the sky in soft watercolors, I settled into the worn leather armchair beside the radio. The ritual became as natural as breathing, turning the brass dial, witnessing the warm amber glow of the vacuum tubes, and waiting. Sometimes only the gentle hiss of static filled the air, reminiscent of falling rain. But on certain nights, heavy with untold possibilities, something extraordinary unfolded. The music would begin its delicate dance, not abruptly, but gradually emerging from the white noise, like a photograph developing in a dark room. The melodies were unlike any I had ever heard, waltzes that floated like whispers, jazz pieces redolent of long-forgotten smoke-filled rooms, and voices singing in unfamiliar languages that somehow resonated deeply within me. One autumn evening, as the winds whispered through the trees outside, a shift occurred in the radio's transmission. Amidst the musical interludes, soft and clear words emerged. Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. The voice held a timeless warmth, causing my skin to prickle with recognition. I began documenting these mysterious transmissions in a journal, noting the moon's phases, the weather, and any discernible patterns. The pages filled with descriptions of songs that seemed to echo my thoughts, of voices weaving tales of memories not my own but strikingly familiar. The radio seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of my past, my dreams, my silent yearnings. Winter descended, cloaking the attic in longer nights and deeper shadows. Yet, wrapped in the cocoon of sound the radio provided, I scarcely noticed the chill. At times, I would drift into slumber in the armchair, only to awaken hours later to find the radio still whispering its enchanting melodies, blending seamlessly into my dreams. In those liminal moments between sleep and wakefulness, the forms behind the voices seemed to materialize, their shapes shifting like smoke in the dim light. The most extraordinary broadcast arrived on a night of silent snowfall, blanketing the world in serene quietude. The radio spoke directly to me, recounting details of my childhood long buried, the hue of my first bicycle, the name of a cherished pet, the melody my grandmother hummed while baking. Instead of fear, a profound tranquility washed over me, as if I were gently being reminded of my true essence. With each passing month, subtle changes permeated my daily existence. Colors appeared more vibrant, memories sharper, dreams laden with deeper significance. The radio's influence transcended its enigmatic broadcasts, stirring something dormant within me, like a slumbering spirit slowly awakening. I found myself humming melodies that felt as familiar as my own heartbeat, though utterly unknown to me. During nights of prolonged silence from the radio, I pondered the nature of reality itself. How many unseen layers of existence enveloped us, how many frequencies of life hummed just beyond our grasp. The radio ceased to be a mere device. It became a portal, offering glimpses into parallel dimensions. I refrained from dissecting its inner workings, sensing that its magic, if indeed it was magic, resided not in its physical components, but in the ethereal space between reality and imagination. Perhaps it wasn't the radio itself that held the wonder, but the way it guided me to tune into frequencies latent within my own being. Even now, as I pen this account, the radio continues its nocturnal serenade. Its mysteries remain unsolved, yet I've come to embrace the notion that some questions are more precious than their answers. In the soft static between songs, in the whispered phrases that may be messages or memories, I've discovered a different kind of truth, one that speaks not to the mind, but to the heart that remembers what it has never known. The amber glow of the vacuum tubes now serves as my nightly beacon, while the gentle crackle of the speaker lulls me into dreams. Sometimes, on the brink of slumber, I ponder if somewhere out there another soul listens to their own enigmatic radio, their life's echoes intertwining with mine, all connected by invisible threads of sound and memory, dancing through the night, eternal and serene. Story 32. In the midst of a sudden downpour on a serene night, I ventured outside to retrieve my umbrella, only to be greeted by a peculiar sight, a trail of muddy footprints leading away from my doorstep. The raindrops fell steadily on the pavement, creating a rhythmic melody, while the cool, damp air carried with it a mysterious aura, an unspoken visitor's presence that left me both intrigued and unsettled. Beneath the glow of the porch light, I observed as each water droplet delicately blurred the outlines of the footprints, transforming them into soft, indistinct shapes against the wet concrete. The rain cascaded down in gentle waves, producing a soothing white noise that seemed to cleanse the usual evening sounds away. My breath formed tiny clouds in the crisp air as I pondered the enigmatic marks before me. The footprints were unlike any I had seen before, not quite matching the size or shape of any shoes in my possession, yet there was a strange familiarity about them. It was as though they had been left by someone walking with deliberate precision, each step imbued with purpose. What captivated me the most was their subtle shimmer in the dim light, as if they held minuscule fragments of moonlight within them. Compelled by an inexplicable curiosity, I found myself tracing the trail, my own footsteps whispering softly against the damp ground, accompanied by the rhythmic patter of rain on my coat. The air carried the rich aroma of wet earth mingled with a faint, sweet fragrance reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. The path meandered through my garden, where raindrops adorned leaves and petals like delicate pearls. My night-blooming jasmine had unfurled its blossoms, releasing an ethereal perfume into the misty air. The footprints navigated between the plants with remarkable precision, never disturbing a single stem or leaf. It was as if the entity that left them knew exactly where to tread. As I followed the trail further, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon with the raindrops surrounding the footprints. They seemed to pause briefly before touching the ground, forming fleeting, suspended spheres of water. The effect was subtle, requiring close attention to detect. The garden path eventually led to a small clearing where I often gazed at the setting sun. Here the footprints arranged themselves in a perfect circle, as if their creator had stood there, slowly revolving in place. Within this circle, the grass appeared subtly altered, more silvery, more vibrant, as if alive. Each blade swayed in an unseen breeze that eluded my senses. Kneeling down, I examined the grass, running my fingers over the otherworldly stems. They felt cool to the touch and seemed to hum with a gentle vibration that tingled up my fingertips. While the rain maintained its steady cadence within the circle, each drop emitted a faint, melodious note as it descended. Upon rising, I noticed that the footprints extended beyond the circle, but they had transformed. Now lighter, barely discernible against the earth, as if their maker had gradually faded in substance. The strange, sweet scent from earlier intensified here, blending with the rain-soaked air in a way that brought a sense of tranquility. Following the fainter trail led me to the ancient oak tree at the boundary of my land. Its massive branches arched overhead like protective sentinels, their leaves whispering untold secrets in the rain. The footprints concluded at the base of the tree, or perhaps they continued up its trunk in the dimness and rain, the distinction blurred. Pressing my hand against the oak's damp bark, I sensed the same subtle vibration I had felt within the grass circle. The tree seemed to pulsate with a gentle energy, akin to a slumbering heart beating in slow motion. Rivulets of water streamed down its trunk, forming fleeting patterns that almost resembled written symbols, only to dissolve before my eyes. Standing there amidst the rain, a profound shift enveloped the atmosphere. The air crackled with a subtle electricity, akin to the moment before a rainbow emerges. The raindrops now fell in orchestrated patterns, crafting a dance of light and shadow that synchronized with an unheard melody. Though I never laid eyes on my silent visitor that night, their presence had metamorphosed my familiar garden into a realm of enchantment. Even after I returned indoors, shaking raindrops from my coat, the echoes of their passage lingered in the surrounding air. The peculiar, sweet scent clung to my garments for days, and during rainy spells I caught fleeting hints of it once more. Now on quiet, rainy nights, an irresistible pull draws me outside, in hopes of encountering fresh footprints weaving through my garden. While I have yet to witness them anew, a transformation has taken hold. The rain falls differently, the garden flourishes uniquely, and the old oak tree sways with a newfound grace in the wind. My silent visitor bequeathed more than mere footprints. They bestowed a gentle enigma that continues to unfurl with each raindrop's descent. As I pen these words by lamplight, witnessing another storm approach, I ponder whether the visitor merely passed through or left a fragment of themselves intertwined with this place's fabric. Sometimes, as I drift into slumber with the rain's soft cadence outside my window, I swear I can discern distant footsteps moving in perfect harmony with the raindrops, as if an ethereal presence still wanders through my garden, leaving no trace but their spectral essence. Story 33. While sorting through forgotten treasures tucked away in the shadows of my dwelling, I stumbled upon a locked compartment nestled within an ancient writing desk. With perseverance, I coaxed the drawer open, unveiling a meticulously folded note resting inside. The parchment, fragile and tinged with age, bore elegant script that hinted at veiled truths concerning the history of the house. A delicate aroma of cedar and faded ink wafted from the note, beckoning me to delve into its enigmatic contents. As I gingerly unfurled the paper, the soft rustle of weathered parchment filled the tranquil room, bathed in the gentle glow of twilight seeping through lace curtains, casting ethereal shadows that pirouetted across the desk's time-worn surface. An air of anticipation thickened around me, yet it bore a comforting weight, akin to the hushed serenity preceding a gentle rainfall. The note commenced with a date from eras long past, penned in flowing strokes indicative of a bygone epoch. "My dearest friend," it began, "I must unburden a secret that has weighed heavily on my heart." Each word drew me deeper into its narrative, each phrase more captivating than the last. The author recounted a series of peculiar occurrences within these very walls, phantom footsteps echoing through empty corridors, objects subtly shifting without a soul in sight, and most peculiarly, fresh blooms appearing in a singular vase under the full moon's watchful eye. Enthralled, I sank into my seat, utterly engrossed in the tale unfurling before me. The writer alluded to a clandestine chamber concealed within the house, veiled behind walls that had borne witness to myriad clandestine confidences. According to the missive, this chamber safeguarded not riches of gold or jewels, but treasures far more profound, a trove of memories frozen in time. The steady tick-tock of my grandfather clock provided a hypnotic cadence as I delved further, its pendulum swaying in mesmerizing rhythm. The author divulged their chance discovery of an aged journal secreted within the walls, chronicling detailed chronicles of the house's inaugural denizens. Yet these were no ordinary chronicles. They recounted shared dreams spanning generations, whispered dialogues that seemed to transcend temporal bounds. As darkness enveloped the world beyond my windows, I kindled an antiquated brass lamp, casting a golden radiance across the pages. The note made mention of an array of symbols etched into door frames throughout the home markings I had dismissed as mere embellishments. Yet, per the writer, these symbols formed a cryptic map leading to the concealed chamber's threshold. My fingertips traced the paper's edge as I absorbed the writer's efforts to decipher these symbols. They had unraveled a portion of the enigma, yet a missing piece perpetually eluded them. The note recounted how certain symbols waxed prominent during lunar phases, while others waned into obscurity. The whisper of wind through tree branches provided a gentle symphony to my musings, their silhouettes weaving shadows upon my walls. The writer articulated their burgeoning conviction that the house harbored memories akin to a living entity, not in a menacing guise, but as a tender custodian of bygone narratives. Approaching the note's denouement, the author unveiled a revelation of extraordinary magnitude. They had begun experiencing dreams that felt more akin to memories, vivid vignettes from the house's annals unfurling in their slumber. These dreams consistently featured a woman garbed in cerulean, her silent smile pregnant with meaning. The writer believed she sought to impart a crucial message, one concerning the essence of time and remembrances enshrined within these walls. The final passage bore a cryptic injunction. When the midnight bells chime 13 times and moonbeams grace the 7th step, the path shall unfurl to those who hearken with their heart's ear rather than mortal senses. I held my breath as I perused these words, attuned to every subtle sound within my abode, the soft creak of floorboards, the distant whisper of zephyrs, the near imperceptible passage of time. The note concluded abruptly, unsigned, leaving me adrift in a sea of inquiries. As I carefully folded the parchment, a previously unnoticed sketch on the final page caught my eye, a simple geometric pattern tinged with familiarity, though its origin eluded me. Raising my gaze from the desk, I discerned the room had dimmed, save for the warm glow of my lamp. The house bore a changed aura, not one of disquiet, but of a genial cognizance of the myriad sagas enshrined within its walls. Every shadow, every creak, every subtle shift in the air brimmed with newfound significance. I returned the note to its resting place, leaving the drawer unlocked. A premonition whispered that this marked merely the inception of a grander enigma, one unraveling gradually, akin to the gradual unfurling of dawn. Seated amidst encroaching darkness, I pondered whether I too would be visited by dreams of the woman in cerulean, and what enigmas she might unveil in the hush of nocturnal hours. The grandfather clock's gentle ticking persisted in its measured rhythm, while in the distance a church bell tolled. Absently counting the chimes, my thoughts lingered on the mystery of the note, and as the final echo dissipated into silence, a faint rustle akin to fabric brushed my ears, as if the whisper of a cerulean gown drifting through a vacant chamber. Story 34. On a hazy afternoon, I ventured into a deserted quarry on the outskirts of a tranquil town. The open expanse echoed with gentle, eerie whispers as the wind danced through sharp rocks and hidden nooks. A cool, ancient scent lingered in the air, mingling with the dampness, creating a subtle harmony that felt like a secret dialogue between the quarry and the passage of time. The mysteries held within the silent walls beckoned me, urging my curiosity to unravel the tales they had silently witnessed over the ages. With each step deeper into the quarry, my footfalls softly reverberated against the weathered stone pathways, stirring up wisps of pale dust that pirouetted in the subdued light filtering through the cloudy sky above. The atmosphere grew noticeably colder as I descended, carrying a mysterious sweetness that evoked memories of rain-kissed flowers. Abandoned places had always captivated me, but this quarry exuded a unique aura, a gentle, pulsating energy that seemed to emanate from its very core. The towering stone walls, standing like ancient sentinels around me, bore the marks of decades of human toil, yet whispered of a far more profound, ancient presence. Turning a corner, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Nestled against a wall, partly concealed by cascading vines, an old wooden door stood silently. Its weathered surface, worn to a soft gray, appeared surprisingly well preserved despite its age. What intrigued me most was not the door itself, but the rhythmic movement of the vines surrounding it, a slow, almost breathing-like sway, unaffected by the wind. Approaching cautiously, my fingers grazed the cool stone beside the door. The sweet fragrance in the air intensified, mingling with an earthy undertone reminiscent of freshly upturned soil. Standing there, I noticed a subtle shift in the quarry's ambience. The natural echoes seemed to transform, assuming a melodic quality that resonated just beneath the threshold of perception. It felt as though the very stone hummed a silent tune, weaving a harmonious melody into the air. The door, devoid of a handle, featured a smooth, weathered surface where one might have been. Intricate patterns adorned the wood's spirals and curves that seemed to twist and morph with every angle, creating an endless dance of geometric elegance. Time seemed to ebb and flow within that space. The once cloudy sky had darkened imperceptibly, yet the passage of time remained elusive. The quarry's murmurs grew clearer, though still shrouded in enigmatic whispers reminiscent of muffled conversations. Mesmerized, I found myself seated on a smooth boulder near the door, entranced by the gentle undulation of the vines and the steady pulse of unearthly energy permeating the surroundings. As twilight descended, faint points of light emerged from the quarry's depths, their purposeful movements akin to stars shifting in a stone-laden sky. Illuminating intricate patterns mirroring the carvings on the wooden door, they engaged in a silent interplay of light and shadow. The sweet fragrance intensified, accompanied by a weightless sensation, as if the very air had thickened to cradle my form. The quarry's murmurs evolved into a symphony of stone and wind, interspersed with echoes that resembled footsteps or heartbeats, or perhaps both. Upon rising to depart, a subtle change caught my attention. The door, though still present, had shifted slightly, revealing a sliver of warm light along its edge. The vines, continuing their gentle breathing motion, extended delicate tendrils towards me, glowing faintly in the encroaching darkness. That day I refrained from touching the door, but I found myself drawn back to the quarry time and again. Hours would pass as I sat, observing the dance of light and shadow, listening to the stone's cryptic whispers. The door remained, unyielding yet ever-changing in subtle ways that eluded my understanding. The question of what lay beyond lingered in my thoughts, but I came to accept that some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved. The quarry safeguarded its secrets, divulging them through whispers, hints, and the ethereal glow of hidden lights. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in uncovering the door's secrets, but in embracing its enigmatic presence. In my dreams, I revisit that spot often, feeling the warmth of the ancient stone beneath me and the caress of the cool breeze on my skin. The quarry's murmurs accompany me into slumber, a soothing lullaby of stone and time, reminding me of the existence of realms between knowledge and imagination, sight and emotion. The door stands sentinel amidst the breathing vines, neither beckoning nor barring entry. And the quarry continues its age-old discourse with time, narrating stories through whispers, lights, shadows, and fragrances, inviting those with open hearts and tranquil minds to listen and ponder. Story 35. In the warmth of a sun-soaked afternoon, while tending to my garden, a curious revelation unfolded before me. A loose floorboard in the corner of the shed beckoned my attention. Beneath it lay a hidden chamber, shrouded in mystery and filled with treasures of ages past. The air within was heavy with the scent of earth and ancient wood, weaving a tapestry of forgotten whispers that stirred the soul. As I gazed upon the relics and trinkets that adorned the room, each item seemed to hold a tale untold, urging me to unravel the secrets of a forgotten era. Sunlight filtered through the dusty window, casting soft shadows upon the tools and pots that lined the walls, creating a dance of light and shadow that captivated my senses. It was while organizing my gardening tools that my foot stumbled upon the loose board, emitting a hollow echo that resonated with promise. Kneeling down to investigate, the aged wood yielded to my touch, revealing a hidden staircase leading into the depths below. With each step I descended, the musty scent grew stronger, enveloping me in a cocoon of ancient whispers. The flashlight in my hand illuminated shelves adorned with curious artifacts from distant lands and bygone times. Delicate porcelain dolls with knowing eyes, journals filled with faded ink, and brass instruments that seemed to hold forgotten melodies within their silent forms beckoned to me, inviting me to uncover their stories. Amidst the collection, a peculiar music box stood out, its intricate design mirroring the garden outside in an uncanny reflection. Opening its lid released a breath of air carrying the fragrance of spring flowers, a scent both familiar and otherworldly, weaving a spell of enchantment around me. As I delved deeper into the hidden chamber, I discovered clues that challenged my understanding of the world above. The room's dimensions hinted at a vast network beneath the garden, while celestial markings on the walls whispered of a connection to realms beyond our own. Time seemed to ebb and flow in this subterranean sanctuary, where the very walls pulsed with a life of their own. Photographs capturing moments from different eras in my garden's history adorned a corner, each image reflecting a sense of wonder and discovery akin to my own. The journals spoke of natural cycles and mysteries that transcended the boundaries of ordinary perception, hinting at a world woven with threads of magic and wonder. As the day waned and shadows danced across the room, I stumbled upon a key of peculiar design, a symbol of mysteries yet unsolved. Time seemed to bend and twist within the hidden chamber, blurring the boundaries between past, present, and future in a dance of eternal mystery. Emerging from the depths below, I found the garden bathed in the same golden light as before, the world above unchanged, yet subtly transformed by the secrets I had unearthed. The shed's floorboard settled back into place with a whispered sigh, sealing the chamber once more in silence. Sitting amidst my blooms as the sun dipped below the horizon, I pondered the gentle revelations that had reshaped my perception of the world. The mysteries of the hidden chamber had woven themselves into the fabric of my existence, infusing each day with a sense of wonder and possibility. The garden bloomed with newfound vigor, each flower a testament to the hidden depths that lay beneath the surface. Unseen reflections danced upon the shed's window, carrying messages from a world beyond, a world of endless wonder and mystery. The secrets of the hidden chamber remain mine alone, a sanctuary of quiet contemplation and boundless discovery. As I tend to my garden with renewed purpose, I carry with me the knowledge that beneath the ordinary lies a realm of infinite possibilities, waiting to be unveiled by those willing to listen to the whispers of the earth.
Story 36.
On a misty evening, I wandered past an abandoned playground where rusty swings swayed gently in the soft breeze. Amid the cool air, a faint, almost imperceptible laughter lingered, a ghostly echo of joyful voices long gone. The scent of damp grass and aged metal mingled, leaving me with an eerie feeling that the playground still held onto memories of laughter lost in time. I found myself drawn to a weathered bench near the slide, its wooden surface smoothed by countless parents who once watched their children play. The playground equipment's metal frame cast elongated shadows in the dim light, creating shifting patterns that danced at the corner of my vision. A gentle wind whispered through the surrounding trees, carrying the earthy fragrance of autumn leaves. Initially, I convinced myself I was merely taking a different route home, seeking solitude after a taxing day. Yet there was something about the quietness of the playground that beckoned me back night after night. Each visit unveiled new layers to its enigmatic ambience. The playground had transformed into my sanctuary, a place where time seemed to move in mysterious ways. One tranquil evening, while seated on my usual bench, I noticed something peculiar about the carousel. Though untouched, the metal horse figures gleamed with an unusual warmth, as if recently caressed by small, eager hands. A strange static lingered around them, akin to the remnants of children's laughter suspended in the air. In the following weeks, I observed subtle changes in the playground. Swings swayed without a breeze, footprints appeared and vanished in the morning dew, and the metal slide, usually cold and wet, occasionally felt warm to the touch. I began documenting these mysteries in a notebook, uncovering hidden patterns as I delved deeper into the playground's secrets. The phantom laughter I had initially heard seemed to follow a schedule, almost becoming audible during certain evening hours, particularly under a full moon and rolling mist from the nearby woods. It remained on the edge of perception, a whisper in the twilight, evading the notice of other park visitors who passed through obliviously. One evening, a red ball sat motionless atop the carousel, then rolled slightly as I approached, as if nudged by an unseen force. The atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation, and faint children's songs hummed just beyond my hearing range. The ball traced a perfect circle around the carousel's center pole, heightening the mystical aura of the playground. That night I lingered longer than usual, watching as the moon ascended above the trees. The playground's shadows seemed to dance independently, and the swings moved in perfect harmony, syncing with the rhythm of my heart. The elusive laughter intensified, enveloping me like a warm embrace. In that moment, a profound realization washed over me. This playground wasn't haunted but preserved, frozen in a snapshot of pure joy. The unseen laughter echoed the happiness of every child who had played there, imprinting their joy on the space like a timeless photograph developed in light. The mysterious occurrences weren't meant to frighten, but to remind us of the enchantment found in places where innocence and imagination once reigned supreme. Months later, I still visit my special playground nearly every evening, attuned to the subtle cues signaling the strongest presence of the inaudible laughter, a certain mist quality, a specific twilight hue, an air brimming with anticipation. Sometimes I bring a book and read softly to the empty playground. On those nights, the swings sway purposefully, the carousel horses stand prouder, and the laughter, though unheard, feels closer than ever. I keep this secret bond with the playground to myself, relishing the intimate connection to a realm between memory and magic. The playground has taught me that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced and cherished rather than solved. Thus, I continue my evening visits, content to be the silent audience for a performance unfolding in whispers and shadows, accompanied by the laughter that dances beyond human ears' grasp. Story 37. On a leisurely stroll through a historic neighborhood, I chanced upon an ancient iron gate cloaked in intricate carvings. Despite the erosion of time, the fine designs and symbols seemed to narrate a story of love and sorrow. The gate exuded a rusty scent intermingled with the crisp breeze, and as my fingers trailed along the weathered metal, a tale seemed to beckon one woven into each crevice and curve. The evening atmosphere carried the soft murmur of autumn leaves, while gentle golden light filtered through the canopy above. Standing by the gate, I observed how the lingering sunlight illuminated the deeper etchings, casting shadows that danced and shifted. The metal felt cool against my skin, its texture etched with years of exposure to the elements. There was an allure to the patterns that drew me nearer. They were not mere adornments, they formed letters in a graceful script that eluded my understanding, intertwined with motifs of vines and blossoms. As I traced the intricate lines with my fingertip, a peculiar warmth spread from the metal to my hand, despite its chilly surface. The sensation, faint yet undeniable, resembled the touch of a sun-warmed stone. Beyond the gate, a garden path vanished into twilight shadows, framed by majestic trees forming a natural archway. Their branches swayed gently in the evening breeze, carrying the fragrant blend of fallen leaves and a hint of old roses or lavender, though no blooms were in sight. Each time I attempted to move away, a new detail captured my attention. A particular spiral in the metalwork seemed to lead to another, creating an endless cascade that always circled back to a central point, a heart-shaped motif almost erased by time. Within its fading outline, I discerned two sets of initials and a faint date. As darkness descended, the air chilled and the metal took on a different essence. Amidst the deepening shadows, the engraving seemed to morph and transform. What appeared as vines now resembled written words in an unfamiliar script. I found myself swaying slightly, entranced by the hypnotic patterns. The soft tap of my umbrella against the gate, I had not realized I still held it, shattered my reverie. The sound resonated strangely, akin to a bell tolling underwater. In that moment, I sensed a response emanating from the depths of the garden beyond. It could have been the wind rustling through the foliage, or perhaps something more elusive. Gradually, I discerned that the engravings narrated fragments of a tale. Here, two figures locked in an embrace. There, a flourishing garden in full bloom. Further along, the same garden in winter, its barren branches yearning towards an unseen sky. The scenes flowed seamlessly, linked by sweeping lines that embodied time itself, or perhaps memory, or a yearning for what once was. Time seemed fluid in that place. The street lamps flickered to life unnoticed, casting a warm glow upon the metal's patina. Each beam of light unveiled new details in the carvings, a hidden bird here, a fallen leaf there, all contributing to the grand narrative slowly unraveling before me. The story chronicled the love of two souls who attended the garden beyond. Though their names had faded into obscurity, their saga endured, preserved in iron and rust. Together they had nurtured something beautiful, something that blossomed and thrived. Yet like all gardens, theirs had its seasons. The engravings depicted how their love withstood trials, weathered storms, and ultimately transcended into an everlasting bond. Amidst the flowing time, I comprehended that the gate was not merely an obstacle or an entryway, it stood as a tribute, a declaration of love immortalized in metal to withstand the ages. The weathered heart at its core symbolized not decay but resilience. Even as the details blurred, the essence remained, touching every passerby who paused to ponder, to marvel, to feel. A distant church bell chimed, blending with the hushed whispers of the twilight breeze. I cast one final glance at the gate, knowing I would return, aware that it would never reveal itself in the same light again. As I turned to depart, my fingertips brushed against the heart-shaped motif for the last time. In that fleeting instant, a gentle warmth pulsed through the metal, akin to a heartbeat enshrined in iron, still pulsating after countless years. The tale of the gate lingered with me as I journeyed homeward through the encroaching dusk. I now realized that certain narratives were not meant to be fully deciphered, they were meant to be felt, resonating in the space between comprehension and wonder, between sight and faith. The faded engravings had imparted their message, guarding their deeper enigmas within their iron embrace. Story 38. In the hush of a solitary stroll near the edge of a dense forest, a faint, almost imperceptible howl pierced the stillness, sending shivers down my spine. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and damp earth, a blend that seemed to linger, inviting me to explore the secrets veiled by the shadows beyond. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, painting a mosaic of light and dark on the forest floor as I ventured further into the mysterious woods. Each step I took was met with a satisfying crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot, guiding me deeper into the heart of nature's embrace. The air grew heavy with the fragrance of moss and decay, yet there was a certain invigorating quality to it, refreshing in its raw earthiness. An unexplainable curiosity tugged at me, drawing me onward, eclipsing any lingering sense of unease. With each passing moment, the familiar sounds of the outside world faded into a distant memory. The rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze crescendoed into a soft, whispered symphony that enveloped me in a cloak of tranquility. Occasionally, fleeting movements caught the corner of my eye, but upon turning to investigate, all that greeted me were swaying branches and elusive shadows. The howl echoed once more, barely audible, blending seamlessly with the wind's soft caress. This time it carried a melodic quality, intertwined with the very essence of the forest itself. The woods fell into a profound silence, as if nature held its breath in anticipation. The birds ceased their melodies, and even the insects seemed to bow in quiet reverence. In that pregnant stillness, a subtle energy hummed in the air, setting my senses on edge and raising the fine hairs on my skin. A clearing emerged before me, encircled by trees that stood like silent sentinels around a placid pond. The water's surface mirrored the clouded sky above with unsettling precision, undisturbed by even the gentlest of breezes. As I drew closer, a peculiar sight greeted me in the reflection before my eyes. It seemed as though my mirrored image lagged behind, a fraction out of sync with reality, struggling to keep pace. The air grew colder, prompting me to draw my jacket tighter around me. A fine mist began to rise from the ground, swirling delicately around my ankles with a cool touch that felt like silk against my skin. This mist possessed a soft luminescence, casting a gentle, pulsating glow that seemed to breathe in time with the forest's own rhythm. Standing on the pond's edge, I discerned elusive shapes moving within the mist, ethereal forms that dissipated when met with a direct gaze. They moved with a fluidity reminiscent of deer, yet more otherworldly, their movements defying the laws of nature. The haunting howl returned, closer now, its ethereal timbre resonating from all directions and none, as if the very essence of the forest was reaching out to me. I swayed gently, ensnared in a tranquil trance as the boundary between reality and the unknown blurred with each passing heartbeat. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their twisted forms resembling ancient visages, observing my presence with a silent, knowing gaze. Time itself seemed to warp and weave, the outside world fading into a distant memory. Though the light remained constant, I sensed that hours must have slipped by unnoticed. The mist thickened, enveloping the clearing in a sea of swirling white, isolating me in a realm of ethereal beauty. The The howl resounded once more, evolving into a haunting melody that whispered of age-old secrets buried deep within the earth, of enigmas that predated the footsteps of humankind in these ancient woods. Lost in the threshold between wakefulness and reverie, I felt a presence stir behind me. The air shifted, carrying the fragrant whispers of wild flowers and morning frost. Every fiber of my being urged me to turn, to confront the unseen entity, yet my form remained rooted in place. Fear and reverence intertwined, holding me in a delicate balance between curiosity and caution. The presence drew nearer, exuding a profound tranquility that seeped into my very essence. The forest exhaled a sigh, its ancient murmurs echoing in forgotten tongues, weaving a tapestry of long-lost wisdom. In that suspended moment, I understood that I had stumbled upon a rare and sacred place, where the veil between the known and the mysterious wore thin. I resisted the urge to turn, opting instead to close my eyes and surrender to the forest's haunting melody. When I reopened my eyes, the mist had dissipated, leaving the clearing bathed in ordinary light once more. Yet as I retraced my steps through the woods, I carried with me the certainty that I had brushed against something extraordinary, something that would forever alter my perception of the world around me. Even now, on tranquil nights when the wind whispers through the trees, the distant echo of that silent howl lingers in the air, beckoning me to remember the untamed realms where wonder and enigma reign supreme, patiently awaiting those who dare to heed their ethereal song.